Good evening. I welcome you to the regular Town Council meeting of Town of Sunnyvale for July 23rd. Today is the second council meeting of the month of July. I welcome you and appreciate you being here tonight. Would you please join me in standing for the invocation to be given by Council Member Larry Allen.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight, Father, to serve, to be a part of the town, and to help this town grow in the manner that you'd have it to grow in. Father, we ask that you will provide us with wisdom, insight as we make these decisions that impact many people. Father, we thank you more for your grace and your mercy that you've given us and forgiveness. Father, be with us, guide us. These things we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please stand me joining me as we pledge allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Now time is 7:01. Let me call to order the regular Town Council meeting of the Town of Sunnyvale. For the record, all council members are present. Ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you are here to talk about the zoning change, the UDO change with respect to the light industrial district. I know that is not a public hearing agenda, but I will allow public comments during that time. So if you're here to talk about that agenda, I recommend that you hold your thoughts and comments till that agenda is up for discussion. So at this time, this is the time for public forum. If anyone would like to come forward and talk to the council, other than matters of personal or legal matters, you may do so at this time. Just state your name and address for me.
Okay, good evening, Mr. George and Council. Catherine Martin, 458 Stone Canyon.
Good evening.
Good evening. We've lived here in Sunnyvale about 10 years, and I've served on the library board here in Sunnyvale for about 2 years. I grew up to love books at the Garland Public Library. We spent a lot of time there as kids, which I guess kept us out of trouble because at almost 40 years of age, I'm nursing my very first black eye today. So excuse me for that. I was holding a baby and just reared its head back, and so I apologize for that. But I just wanted to let you know a few happenings at our Sunnyvale Library. Our summer reading is in full force. We've had a ton of kids come in to participate, so that's ongoing throughout the summer. Our story time is growing. So every Wednesday, Jennifer, one of our library assistants, does story time, and she's seen great growth in attendance over the past couple of months. We offer crafts for kids every Tuesday, computer classes on Thursdays from 2 to 4. There's also a book club that meets a few times a month. And I just want to encourage everybody to take a look at our Facebook page. All of our events are posted there, and to share those so that we can continue to grow our Sunnyvale Public Library. And as our town continues to grow by leaps and bounds with regard to population, I just want to ask that the council would continue to kindly support the continued growth of one of Sunnyvale's best treasures. So thank you very much. Oh, yes. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. James. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon James, 497 Long Creek Road. I appreciate the council giving me an opportunity to talk. I was here a couple of weeks ago and gave you a report on an issue that my family has with Ordinance 2.301. I wanted to give you an update on that. There's really good news, and then there's some disappointing news. And I just remind you that the reason I'm here is because access to the town to resolve this has not worked out. So I'm back to give you an update. If you remember, my request before was to reconsider that ordinance or find a way to work an exception for me on that ordinance. After the presentation, I did have some contact with a few of the council members And they explained, the reluctance on the part of the council to, re-examine an ordinance by itself. And I understand that. I'm a businessman. I know how convoluted those kinds of things can be. And I was encouraged to pursue an exception through the exception in 2.302 related to working with the FFA at the school. So following my meeting, Carmen and I met with the superintendent of schools, Mr. Williams, and got his full support to find a program that would allow the school FFA program to work with our horses to achieve some new program goals for the school. And Doug asked us to research the FFA opportunities and to come back to him with some specifics, which we did. On Saturday, I believe that was, I don't remember the date, probably the 14th, we sent to Doug and to Ron Sterling at the high school a recommendation for a program called the Career Development Event for Equine Evaluation. And this is a program that involves 3 or 4 kids who would like to learn about horses and learn how to evaluate them and how to evaluate their performance. It sounded like a really good plan. There was a video online. I shared that with Doug and Ron, along with some other information. And they came back to me on the 13th and basically said that looks like a really good program. Would like to pursue that. So on that day, Ron sent me an email, said he was going to meet with Mr. Adams, who's the operations guy at the school, and get back to me. So I'm waiting for that response, which it'll be a week tomorrow, and I'll follow up with Ron. Hopefully we'll be able to get this done. I'm still flying a little bit in the dark here because the city doesn't have any processes for application. They don't have any examples. They don't have any precedent. It's really kind of, I'm flying blind here on what we want to do, but we'll pursue it, which is great. I mentioned the disappointing thing. The disappointing thing is I'm still getting a citation. As I mentioned the other day, we've moved a horse across the road. Now, in that location, he doesn't have a stall. He just has pasture. And so at night, we've been bringing him back to the barn. And that caused a problem, I guess, for animal control. And today, I got another citation with a really nice picture of my horses in my barn. This is not good because there's no process for me to work through this and keep the town at bay. So, as I mentioned last time, we came here in compliance. Tonight I'm not in compliance. I got a new citation. I'll resolve that. I'll pay the extra $170 to resolve that. But I need some time to work this through with Ron and Doug and the people at the school and make my application. I'll remind you again, I have no access to the town staff. They've rebuked every meeting I've asked for. So I can't get to them. This notice, this citation came certified letter. They didn't even come by and drop it off. So it's very aggravating. And I feel like I must be the only outlaw in town. I've got 3 citations here over a 4-week period, and they're sequential. These are the only citations written by animal control in the last 5 weeks, and I've gotten all 3 of them. And I don't have a chance to work this problem out, and I'm really aggravated about that. So I don't have any access. I'll ask the council if you have some opportunity to work with the staff or let me work with the staff. We'll try to get this resolved very quickly, but we have to let it run its course. I have to give the school time to work the problem. I have to then apply to the town, and I have to get feedback from them of whether my application is going to work or not. So it's very frustrating. I apologize for bringing this to the council. But again, I didn't know what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Come on, Ms. Merkel.
Good evening, Council. Ross Miracle, 291 Old Mill Road. Just a brief introduction. For those who don't know me, my name is Ross Miracle. I am currently on the 4A board. I have moved back to this town in 2013, 2 weeks before the birth of our first son, and I also grew up here, going to school, kindergarten through, back then, 8th grade. I have a concern over one aspect of the Collins Crossing plan development. And it's my understanding I'm allowed to speak that now during the public forum. Is that correct, Mayor?
I think that's a public hearing item, correct? Just one
Is this not a public hearing?
You know what, just talk about it, because the applicant has requested to table the topic, so if you want to talk about it, go ahead and do that. I like.
Okay, well, since I'm here, I'll just get it out of the way.
Yes.
My concerns relating to the Collins the Collins Crossing development are somewhat different from perhaps other people's opposition. When reviewing the original plan that was submitted to P&Z, I noticed a theme in some of the street names. There's Cromwell, Knox, Calvin, Luther. I'm sure many of you with a historical background, maybe a theological background, realize that those are all names associated with the Protestant Reformation. Now, I come here not only as a Catholic, but also as a proud citizen of this town who grew up here and, God willing, will die here as well, sometime late in the future. Now, it's my understanding, having a very brief phone conversation with one of the developers, as well as doing my own personal internet research, that the developer is in fact a devout Calvinist, and that is obviously more than satisfactory. This is America; everyone is allowed freedom of worship. But I think it would be inappropriate to name some of these streets after these individuals in Sunnyvale. Now, I'm under no kind of illusion. I'm sure most of you here on the council, if not perhaps all of you, are all Protestants, and clearly that's more than acceptable. There's a good run in Sunnyvale of that. But I think that to name name the new streets in the proposed Collins Crossing development would send the wrong message, as these are sectarian or divisive figures. I have a few quotes from some of these individuals who are the proposed namesakes of some of these streets. John Knox of Scotland once said that the Catholic Mass is idolatry. Mass is obviously the sacred worship that Catholics attend not only on Sundays but every day, and that's a very blunt insult to our faith. In addition, he said, not only to Catholics, he said, of women, to promote a woman to bear rule, superiority, dominion, or empire above any realm, nation, or city is repugnant to nature. It is the subversion of good order of all equity and justice. One of the other individuals named here is Calvin, John Calvin. He was a French clergyman who took up residence in Geneva, Switzerland. He said of nuns, let nuns therefore tarry still in their convents and cloisters, and in their brothel houses of Satan. Yea, I put it to thee that they are not, and keep in mind this is not my language, this is John Calvin's language, they are not whores, as they are, yea, they are worse than that. They are vile and shameful sodomites. He went on to say that we must know that, being of all doubt, that the Pope hath but a devilish synagogue, and that all his clergy are but filth and stench. He went on to say more about Jewish individuals. Their rotten and unbending stiff-neckedness deserves that they be oppressed unendingly and without measure, and that they die without pity or that they die without pity. It should also be noted that, while this is not a quote, Calvin had someone burned at the stake under his rule in Geneva. Finally, the other street that I haven't mentioned here, it was originally named Luther, and it was cleverly then changed to Martin. But Martin Luther wrote also that the Mass is the greatest blasphemy of God, and that idolatry upon earth is an abomination. He said of women, if a woman becomes weary and at last dead from bearing, that matters not. Let her die from bearing. She is there to do just that. Of the Pope, he said, "I am entirely of the opinion that the papacy is the Antichrist." And of Jewish people, he said, "But the Jews are so hardened that they listen to nothings. Though overcome by testimonies, they yield at not an inch. It is a pernicious race, oppressing all men by their usury and rapine. If they give a prince or magistrate 1,000 florins, they exploit 20,000 from the subjects in payment. We must ever keep on guard against them." Now, those are a few quotes, and that's not to say that these men must be reduced by some of their most regrettable quotations. That being said, I believe that this is a town for everyone, and I think that naming potential streets after individuals who, while maybe the heroes of some, are certainly not the heroes of others, sends the wrong message, and I think it sends the wrong message to Sunnyvale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Merker.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I've been advised that those street names have been removed.
Thank you for the update. Does anyone like to come forward? Ms. Black, did you have anything to talk?
I do. Mayor and Council, today we were notified that our Finance Department, which consists of Liz Hopkins, Phyllis Moore, and Gretchen Delgado, received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our budget for fiscal year 2017-2018. This is a program that establishes best practices for municipal budgets every year, and to our knowledge, I think this is the first year we've received that, so I wanted to let you know of their great work.
Great job, Finance team. If no one else is coming forward, let me close the public forum at this time. Council, we are getting into the agenda items for tonight. We have one consent agenda item for tonight, that is the departmental monthly report for June 2018. Does anyone have anything that they would like to remove from the consent agenda? If not, can I have a motion to approve consent agenda item number 1 as presented?
I'll make his motion to approve as is.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Allen, second by Mr. Finch to approve the consent agenda item 1 as presented. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Moving on to the discussion and action items, Assistant Town Manager portion of the agenda. Item number 2, discuss and consider Resolution 18-11, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Sunnyvale approving the entering into of a service contract with the Dallas County on behalf of the Dallas County Sheriff for police patrol services, discuss concerns related to the increased cost of such services, and discussion about the development of a police feasibility study. Mr. Assistant Manager? Mr. Manager?
Mayor and Council, as you mentioned, the Assistant Town Manager is going to present this particular item, but I wanted to, before she begins, and this is primarily for our citizens, to let them know that this in no way indicates any dissatisfaction with the current rate of service that we have with Dallas County, the Sheriff's Office. The question that has brought this to our position here tonight is that over the past 10 years, and Leslie will show a chart that will show that there have been increasing costs associated with the contract. Particularly the last 2 years, it's been a dramatic increase. So that tells us as stewards of the public trust that we have an obligation to look at other opportunities. So Leslie and I have met with one of the local departments, talk about how to get things started, and eventually it probably looks like Sunnyvale will end up with its own police department. That's not something that is instantaneous, but it's something that we have to look at, considering the escalating costs associated with working with Dallas County. So I just wanted to make sure that didn't want any of the public to get nervous that we're going out and just dropping the sheriff's office, because they provide excellent service. But at some point, when costs go up, you have to look at maybe doing things a different way.
I agree with Mr. Manager. Dallas Sheriff Office has been excellent. We appreciate each one of you. It's been nothing but a pleasure. People have really enjoy the services and the services that DSO provides. But Mr. Manager explained, we got to look at options. Just be responsible with our town citizens' money. That's all it is. Ms. Leslie?
Mayor and council, just a little background. So last summer, we were notified by Dallas County that they would be increasing our contract cost to account for dispatch services. They estimate that Town of Sunnyvale calls are responsible for over $720,000 in dispatch costs alone that were not in previous contracts. At that time, they indicated that they would be charging us for 1/3 of that $720,000 price tag. Staff reached out to them, and I know Mayor Fopp, who was here at the time, reached out to everyone we could at Dallas County to get some data that would back that up, at least show us how you came to those conclusions, and we just never received the data that we felt comfortable with that showed that we were responsible for those costs. I think that adds up to about 10 of their 30 dispatchers. So in April, I believe, the Dallas County Commissioners Court approved a court order assessing the full $728,000 of dispatch costs to the town of Sunnyvale. That is represented here in our 2018 contract costs. It was a 46% increase in our total contract with Dallas County. As you can see, over the past several years, we've had incremental increases. I believe the significant increases in 2016 and 2017 were changes to Dallas County's STEP or pay plan for their deputies. Pay plans for all deputies are increasing, law enforcement are increasing everywhere so that they can attract and retain good employees. But a 46% increase in 1 year, as you all know, was pretty drastic for us. So attached, you have a resolution approving the contract that we are now 9 or 10 months into. And then also in my staff memo, you will note that we kind of have a loose outline to begin a police feasibility study. We're really looking for your feedback on that process. Does that look amenable to you? As we start kind of lining that out over the next month or two and come back to you with a plan, we'd just like to hear your feedback at this point and get this contract approved. We have not yet heard what the cost will be for the 2018-2019 fiscal year.
And staff has a meeting with the county administrator coming up?
Yes, we're working to get that scheduled. I'm not sure how much help that will be, because I believe, at least in the past, this has primarily been driven by the budget office and the commissioner's office, but we're certainly open to.
Do we have any indication that before Sunnyvale pass a budget, we will know how much our bill will be? Any indications at all? I know it's been, 2017 is just coming
I haven't
through.
heard anything other than they're working on it.
Okay. So in other words, just like this, could be another
could
big
be.
hit. Council discussions, question for staff.
I think there's plenty to discuss, and again, it has nothing to do with the service we get from our fine Dallas County Sheriff's Department, but the cost is obviously a little bit out of control here and not representative of, I think, a true budget picture. And so I think the big thing for our citizens to recognize is that we have an issue that's eaten up, 30% of our budget. All of a sudden, 30% of our budget's going to a law enforcement service, and we haven't really received any additional services. We're receiving the same level of fine service, but it's not like we asked for 10 additional officers, and they went up $700 and some odd $1,000, and we have no control over what might happen next time. I think that's the big point is we're not entering into a multi-year contract, we're entering into a one-year contract. And so this time next year could be the same liability back to us. It's uncontrollable. And so I think the bigger point is I agree with your assessment on us needing to have a plan, and obviously the sooner the better on a plan to maybe partner with our local cities to help us with some of that infrastructure and some of that things that are obviously very costly to us, such as radio systems and dispatch systems and things like that. It's a huge problem. And so I think the sooner we start having those meetings and moving, it's my opinion, the better. So we can kind of stop the bleeding, at least control our costs, we control our destiny on this. And I have to admit, I've not been one that's been in favor of doing this. I've loved the Sheriff's Department as a resident, as a citizen. I've loved having the Sheriff's Department here because of the resource and the service they provide, but at this point, it's become a liability to us as a town and other things that we can do. Especially as we talk about budget here in a minute, we're going to see really where this comes into play, and I think we have to make aggressive steps to come up with a solution. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Finch. Additional comments, discussions? Let's have one question though. On your schedule, you talked about RFQ, August through September 2018. Select Citizens Committee and consultant begin study. Do we need to budget for the consultant in our this budget?
We will, but until we have the slightest idea of what that's going to cost, I wouldn't even know where
But
to
that's not the
begin.
implementation. That's the consultant to recommend the process of implementing the next steps, right?
Right, so
Two
the
different things,
plan
right?
would be a consultant to even conduct the study
Right.
with the citizens to move us to a plan,
A
to
plan.
develop a plan. Because we need to determine, what service level are we looking at? What costs are we comfortable with? How many officers does that entail? I mean, there are a lot of aspects to this that are outside staff's capabilities and time to put together. So we felt, and this needs to be done right. If we're going to do it successfully, we really need to put the effort behind it.
Just another question, and either one of you can answer, I think. It seems to me like that we could do this in some phases. I know we've looked at some dispatch service because we've had some service issues related to our fire EMS service. It seems like we could kind of work on some phases of this project to where it's not all at once, and we can start pretty quickly with looking at partnering with a local city on possibly some fire EMS dispatch services as a start, and start getting some implementation on that. So I would hope that we could move quicker on that aspect of it, at least trying to look at some phase, because I know there's a time delay in the time that ESO can get our calls to us, just because they're not used to handling those type of calls, at least that's my understanding. So if we could move quicker on transitioning, I don't know what that looks like, but some kind of action where we start phasing this thing in.
In a recent meeting that Leslie and I had, those assurances were made to us that those would be available, particularly with dispatch. So I think your idea is good. We could probably do something like that.
Council, additional discussions on this topic?
I just want to thank you guys for the update. I think it's important that our town knows where we're at on this particular topic, and they don't get anxious, as Mr. Daniels mentioned already. So I want to thank both of you for the update, and look forward to seeing where we go with this process. And for our county sheriff, who's doing an outstanding job, we thank you guys very much.
Okay, if there are no additional discussions, can I have a motion on agenda item 2? That is to consider resolution 18-11 as presented. Can I have a motion to what?
Second.
Approve or? To approve. Okay. A motion made by Mr. Egan to approve resolution 18-11 as presented, and second by Mr. Finch. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Moving on to the public hearing portion of the agenda, that's item number 3. That's an application from Christopher Jackson of Win Jackson Incorporated for the property located at Torabad 225 through 311 North Collins Road. That's the 44 acres north of Michael Lane and west of North Collins Road. Request is to change the town's future land use plan from low-density residential to medium-density residential, and the zoning map from single-family 3 to single-family 4 planned development, Collins Crossing. Mr. Rashad?
Mayor, Council, just give you a brief background. This zone change request was originally heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission in May. At that meeting, there were some concerns noted by the Buddy residents and the council, and the commission. The applicant tabled the request, or with the application was tabled and was represented at the June meeting for P&Z. Many of the comments were addressed. At that meeting, that the revisions, the revised concept plan, the PD was approved, and that's why we're here today for the June 23rd Town Council meeting. Many of the comments are still, some of the comments as far as the panhandle portion of this project have been a concern still, and the applicant would like to continue to try to work on addressing this situation and possibly revise the proposal. So rather than go into detail on this proposal, I think we should possibly table this to a specific date so that he can continue to work with the residents. And he is here today and he said he's willing to table it. We just need to know the specific date, though.
You're asking us for a date, or he's going-
Whatever appeases him, how much time he thinks he might need. But in order to not have to re-notify as far as the state local government code, if we note a specific date, being that this is a public hearing, that will suffice.
My name is Christopher Jackson. My address is 600 North Pearl, Suite 650, Dallas, Texas, 75201. Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, thank you for having me. Yes, as stated before, I would really prefer for this to be tabled after P&Z. There was some progress that we made with some of the residents. I immediately sent an email saying I would like to table this. I understand it's y'all's purview to do that. I sent out another email today stating the same thing so that people wouldn't come out on a Monday night if the issue wasn't going to be discussed. So I would humbly ask that you gentlemen table this topic. I would probably ask for the second meeting in August. A lot of people are on vacation still. I haven't had a chance really to circle back on some of the terms, but we are working in good faith. We think this is a good plan. It does need more time so we can come hopefully hand in hand with, if not everything resolved, most things resolved in a very satisfactory manner, I hope, to everyone, including the citizens and our future neighbors. So I would ask that this item be tabled until, and I don't know the exact date of that meeting.
August 27th.
To August 27th.
I think that's the 20th, is it not? The
27th,
27th.
I believe, 2nd and 4th, so,
It is,
August 27th.
it's 27th, okay.
yeah, 20th is the third Monday.
I would humbly ask that this be tabled to August 27th. Thank you very much. I'm available for any questions, but I would really sincerely ask this be tabled. I know a lot of the residents didn't show up tonight. Thank you.
Council, are there any discussions? If not, I ask for a motion to table the application from Christopher Jackson, Win Jackson Incorporated, for the property located 225 through 311 North Collins Road. That's the Collins Crossing project.
Mayor, I make a motion to table this item until the 27th meeting,
August
August 27th meeting.
Is there a second? Motion made by Mr. Finch to table agenda item 3, that's the application from Christopher Jackson for the August 27th meeting, second by Mr. Clark. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Moving on to agenda item number 4, that's an application from Ronnie Jones for the property located at or about 620 Highway 80. The request is for site plan Berean Baptist Church. Rashad?
Mayor, Council, this request was originally heard by Town Council at the June 25th meeting. At that meeting, staff suggested that the request be tabled in order to address some conflicting issues with the actual submittal. so that you would be able to see exactly what would be approved and constructed. The applicant has gotten pretty far along with the plans that have been submitted. We had just concerns with conflicting parking lot orientation and building materials shown on the elevations. Those issues have been addressed. There is one minor detail that the consulting engineer has noted. He was the reviewing engineer at the time, so we continue to let him review it all the way through, Mr. Bob Johnson. But I would recommend approval contingent to addressing these minor details noted in the staff memo and the comments noted by Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Staff, council, any questions for staff? Applicant is here. Would you like to come forward and talk to the council, sir? Okay, I have a question for you, though. Yes, sir. Just state your name and address for the record.
David Mills, 1014 Dancing Waters, Forney, Texas, council and mayor.
Mr. Mills, I have one quick question for you. They
Yes,
talked
sir.
about the church's drive will connect the shared access drive.
Right.
Do you have written permission from the adjoining
Yes, sir.
property owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council, any questions for the applicant?
How is that done for in the future? Whether, I mean, we would hope the church is there for forever, but we also thought the same with the original location over at Town East and Beltline.
Sure.
So into the future, whoever would lease or rent or buy or whatever the old Bull's Pen site as related to your site, and whatever may happen with either one of those sites, how is that legally defined in documentation other than a verbal agreement between you and the people that own the Bull's
Mutual
Pen?
access
Sir.
Staff requested a mutual access easement be drafted and
Right.
recorded
Mhm.
with the agreement between the two property owners.
Good, so that's all covered. I just want to be sure we didn't have a problem in the future.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the staff comments? Any concerns about
Oh, no, sir.
completing them? Okay.
No, we'll get it taken care of for sure.
Additional questions for the applicant? Yes, sir. Mr. Wade? Okay. Thank you very much,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This is not a public hearing, is it, Rachel? This is not. Okay. So if not, I think if there are no additional questions, is there a motion?
Can you go,
Yes, sir.
council? We had a recommendation on the lighting
Yes.
fixtures.
Yes.
In the drawing, you showed a UDO example and a current proposal.
Correct.
We've got a hodgepodge of lighting throughout this town.
Agreed.
So is this just as it pertains to the highway commercial area?
This lighting is required or shown as a requirement or suggested requirement in the Highway Commercial Zoning District and our town center area. I think it's just to provide some cohesive development. I
So
don't-
why did we not do this in other areas of town? For example, I scouted out the areas this afternoon, and the new Salons Elite have some very thin, flat lights. It looks like that's what's been put in over at the assisted living.
Correct.
If I go down Highway 80, there's a hodgepodge of lights. You've got the ones that are at the funeral home.
Correct.
You've got a different one at Sea Life. In
Thank you.
fact, you've got a parking lot at Sea Life that doesn't have any lights and no landscaping, which is kind of interesting.
I'll say all this stuff was done
And-
prior to, so, but I can't really
Parking lot
answer.
shouldn't have been, but, and then you've got different lights at the Bull's Pen,
Right?
and this looks like a different light going to be next door at Brian.
Correct.
So, and this is not the same lights we have on Highway 80, on 352. So, why are we picking this particular light fixture over the proposal that they made, which seems to be acceptable elsewhere in town?
Staff is merely showing the requirement.
Okay.
But we're not saying that what the light that they're proposing would not work. I think in other situations that whenever a different light has been proposed along these areas that you note, they've been allowed. But as a professional staff member, we still have to note the requirements of the zoning district.
Did we just approve this in the recent UDO?
No, this was something that was noted in a separate document, the design criteria manual, that was encompassed into the UDO. So I think many times it may have been missed because it was a separate document.
So we built Salonza Lead under the old design guidelines, and we built the assisted living under the old guidelines.
Right.
But we didn't require this type of lighting.
Right, and certain areas of the design criteria manual didn't require this type of, what they call the Hanover Eurotique series lighting. Didn't require that specific light.
Is that area specific?
Yes, yes. Like, the reason why.
Mr. Wade's question of saloon elite, their comments are different, or we,
I'm sorry?
the one on Badline, the saloon?
I don't know the
They have a
details of
very
that.
thin LED light that's very, very thin.
And the applicant has the right to propose what they would like, and if council sees fit to allow it, so be it. So I can't really speak to why it wasn't upheld or not, but I'll just note that our requirements stipulate these lights in certain areas. Whether or not they are built and used, I can't speak to that.
May I ask the applicant what light he preferred?
Yes, sir. Would you come forward for it, please?
We've got a drawing here of what the proposal is versus what we require. Was your proposal what you really wanted?
Not necessarily. We want to make the town happy, whatever,
I understand
whatever
that.
is,
I understand that.
yes, sir. So,
Okay.
yeah, we're not, stickler that we have to have that specific light, so.
I'm fine with the light that they proposed. It's just, because I will say that these antique style lights, even the ones that have shown in the town center area, it's a specific light. That's the reason why the bank has that specific light, and the Sunnyvale Park Square will have that specific light. They don't put off a lot of light, so it can cost quite a bit to actually fully light the parking lot.
Yeah, because the photometrics change.
Right.
You go to a different light standard, so that's going to change the one drawing that we've got that shows the photometrics.
Right,
And I agree, that light, what's in our standard is a very small area for the amount of watts consumed, yeah.
Based on how large that parking lot is, I have no problem with this style light. It's just, again, we have to note the requirement as shown in the development standards.
And it probably really means that we need to review that part of the requirements of the lighting based on current day technologies, because that's a relatively old technology, oddly enough. It's a relatively old technology, even though it may only be 20 years old.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Council, additional discussions? If not, is there a motion on the application from Ronnie Jones for the property located at about 620 Highway 80 for the site plan Berean Baptist Church?
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the site plan for Berean Baptist Church, 620 Highway 80, with the accompanying staff notes that were a part of the packet.
Motion made by Egan, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Finch to approve the application from Ronnie Jones for the property located at about 620 Highway 80 for the site plan Berean Baptist Church, subject to satisfactory completion of staff recommendation. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed? Motion passed 7-0. Moving on to agenda. Yes, sir.
So did motion, how did it treat these recommendations from our engineer with regards to parking configuration and
I was thinking that's
landscape
pa-
buffers.
Rashad, that's part of the staff recommendation, correct?
Yes,
So these are part of the staff recommendations?
yes.
Because they're not noted in our minutes. They're not noted in our packet.
Correct, we got those today, and that's why I mentioned before when I was presenting that,
So did they reconfigure, or did they?
well, they will have to, and,
It's a tag along, not a master.
right.
Is that going to create a problem, or this is, are we compliant? Okay. Very good, Mr. Wade?
I guess so. It's always good to have another church in town.
Agreed. Okay, moving on to item number 5, that is to discuss current light industrial zoning district land uses and associated regulations in the Unified Development Ordinance. Mr. Jackson, that you?
Yes. Mayor, Council, as noted, there have been some changes in our Unified Development Ordinance with regard to the industrial district. In 2017, we adopted a comprehensive land use plan, which designated specific areas as industrial and a transition to more of a business park-like development, light manufacturing type development. As a result, during the drafting of the UDO, our consultants draft according to the comprehensive plan so that we can achieve the comprehensive plan. So what they did was they revised the designation for the district, the industrial district, to be light industrial as opposed to just industrial. And they removed the heavy manufacturing industrial classification and only allowed for light manufacturing development. As a result of those changes, we have had some issues with existing developments within our industrial park and some concerns with regard to how they'll move forward in the future as far as transitioning between uses. But also we've had concerns with future development of vacant properties as well, as far as how people are going to market their property as they have been in the past. Staff was asked to look into this and make some suggestions with regard to the proposed changes. And I prepared a little PowerPoint. I don't know if you can read it. It was white, but no, it's.
That's not come off of the order than you think, right?
Well, no, it was, it's okay. It looked different than that before, so. I'll just note the suggested amendments in the staff memo. Amend the zoning district name to light industrial zoning district in order to avoid confusion. Staff suggests designated the district as the industrial zoning district and not the light industrial zoning district. Suggestion 2 is amend the land use chart to include heavy manufacturing classification as previously allowed in the zoning ordinance. A specific use designation should be required for any manufacturing use. Amend section 3.06.08.D.2, which is the non-residential development standards. Right now, any non-residential development requires 90% masonry, and industrial falls in that now. We used to have in the former zoning ordinance a specific development standard for industrial development, which allowed for exceptions to be made for industrial development not within 300 feet of a public right-of-way. I'm suggesting bringing that back in, but yet noting it at 200 feet. When you get to about 300 feet, you're usually within a industrial park development. So you're touching buildings that aren't even visible from the right-of-way. I think the masonry requirement is typically just applied to those buildings that you can see from the right-of-way. So a typical lot along Clay, along maybe future Larkin, would be 200 feet deep. Also, on those interior portions of expansions for industrial developments, right now, we don't really have an exception for the landscaping. And many of these sites are just all concrete. So in order for them to expand, they would continually have to ask for alternative compliance or exceptions to, I would think that we should just require the landscaping requirement within 200 feet maybe of the right-of-way. We can talk more about that, that's just a suggestion. For those areas that are not necessarily developed, we should probably have a conditional development standard for heavy manufacturing, the classification itself, which would help with any proximity concerns if you're near residential zoning. Council would need to possibly stipulate a specific distance, and if you're outside of that distance or the specific development standards for setbacks, landscape, et cetera, that could be applied to any heavy manufacturing. You could even prohibit heavy manufacturing within a certain distance of residential zoning. And just for our understanding of the process, this would just be an amendment to our existing UDO. Not saying that this would go straight through, but if it did, it would be about a 2-month process. But if we deliberated a little bit more on certain items and asked them to come back, it could take a little bit longer to make that amendment. The other suggestion that has been going around as far as addressing the issues in the industrial district is creating a new zoning district, a light industrial and a heavy, or possibly a medium. By doing that, we would need to go back and make long use recommendations in our future land use plan for these new districts. Staff needs to know that in order to develop the correct development standards for them in the actual Unified Development Ordinance. So that would be an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance, the land use charts, noting specific land use classifications that would be allowed in the specific zoning districts, an amendment to the zoning map, noting specific areas where you want these districts, and the future land use plan is just, again, noting the intent, and future land use map, noting where, if you want these areas to expand, where will they expand, where will they be located? That could be a possible 4-month process. Again, that's just noting that this has to go as an amendment to Planning and Zoning Commission, and then it takes 2 public hearings to make those changes at Town Council. This is how it stands now. Our industrial park area, the primary areas of concern are noted by the stars. As you can see, along Larkin Road, you'll see that corner along Larkin Road is already residential. So that entire area isn't necessarily industrial. The future land use plan shows the future intent for the areas as far as development is concerned, and you'll see that residential is shown to expand down Larkin, and that was shown to be serve as a future buffer. The zoning doesn't necessarily match up with that right now, but that would be brought up if and when someone decided to develop in those areas. That's all I have.
Rashad, thanks for the details. I heard so many comments from many citizens this past week about we calling it light industrial.
Right.
And that's not the right approach. And I think that's where the changes is presented for the council.
Yes.
We got existing industries and businesses who does heavy work. So we got to support it. So whether that is, at the same time, I respect the residents who has adjoining properties with the industrial park who wants to protect their rights. I got it. So I'm open to creating a light industrial district and calling the current industrial as industrial, but I'm glad this is in front of the council. We got to have some discussions on it.
Yes.
I appreciate you sending some options. Let's continue the discussion. I'm going to open up for staff, council discussions, council questions for Rashad, that's staff.
So Rashad, one of the suggestions that I've heard is sort of dividing this area into something we're going to refer to as industrial or heavy industrial or heavy manufacturing, and something that might be, as it is now, light industrial.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And a natural dividing line seems to be, considering what's at least planned to be residential, which would be along Berry Road, recognizing that that's City of Dallas property and potentially City of Dallas property.
Right.
It also is contiguous to residential.
Yes.
Now, so I think that's easy to do, and just putting a dividing line there and keeping our heavy manufacturing to the west of Berry Road, which is not contiguous to any residential except as it currently exists along Long Creek Road. I'm sorry, Long Creek Road and Larkin Road west of Berry. So that's already existing. So if you buy a home in there, you know what you've got, and the water treatment plant's not moving. Okay? Now, further question is, we did the study for Larkin Road in that floodplain, and we know we can bring that out of floodplain.
Okay.
So at what point do we have to anticipate that that blue, which is on the map right now, becomes developable? Do we need to protect that now with something besides floodplain? Because that's going to be, could be contiguous to residential also. Now, we can anticipate that retail is going to be along 190, but that's an anticipation because it's industrial across the street into Mesquite.
Correct. I mean, we can anticipate it, try to address it with the future land use map, future land use plan.
It's green here.
Right. It's
Interesting.
Yeah. But again, I think whatever is developed there is currently zoned floodplain or designated floodplain. They will have to come in and make that change. And that would be the time that we either feel as though we want to change it or say no. Because it wouldn't comply with the future land use plan unless we change the plan.
Well, that's because we've always assumed it's floodplain, and it is floodplain.
Right.
But we also have to anticipate that 190 through, we're going to allow somebody to bring it out of floodplain,
Yes.
since it can be. Okay, but that's not perhaps up to 9.
Right.
So this kind of,
By turning your microphone on for me.
apologies. So that kind of looks like a great division right there. You could change the purple to the west to heavy manufacturing or industrial as it was, and leave the purple in the bottom, light industrial, as it is.
That is a proposal. I just, going back to the process in order to do that, that would be the only, not necessarily issue, but thing to consider, the length of time to do that. And with the new district, again, you need to kind of go through all of our uses as we have them now and know any new uses that you would want to include in this new district? What is the actual goal and intent for this area? Is it a business park, technology park? What is light industrial to town council? What is heavy manufacturing? Noting that we don't have specifically a heavy manufacturing district now. Some of these uses that are considered heavy manufacturing in an industrial park may not really be heavy manufacturing in other cities, but in Sunnyvale, that's what they were classified as, anything that uses raw materials in your manufacturing, rather than.
But we already spent time creating the land use chart for light industrial. So that really wouldn't have to change
No,
the
that
light
wouldn't.
industrial. So really all we're doing is creating a new land use that used to exist.
But you're
And-
creating a district for it, though.
Well, it used to exist.
Heavy
It was called industrial. Now, if we want to call it heavy manufacturing, it's still the same thing.
Well, you had an industrial district, period, and you had specific land use classifications under
Right.
that allowed for light and heavy.
Mhm.
Now we're creating a light industrial district and a heavy industrial district, in which you're making a change to the property zoning, not just what's allowed within it. So the zoning itself, you would, and that's one of the reasons why I noted, when you make that change, to rezone designated properties, light or heavy, we'll have to notice, of course, the property owner. And, you know, that could be something that might be a lengthy process as well.
You just changed the value of his property.
Right, right. Not saying that we don't have the right to do it, it's just,
I guess
Follow the procedure, got it.
yeah.
I'm really having a hard time envisioning this. We took the industrial district and retitled it light industrial.
Right,
That's what we did,
right.
okay? So previously, there was an industrial district. We need to perhaps go back to the industrial district. So wouldn't this be a situation where you created that new district, called it industrial or heavy manufacturing, and the only thing you'd be doing is taking out perhaps anything that you didn't want in that new industrial district that's currently in light industrial? Because we already have it light industrial. So if we wanted to take something out of light industrial in the new heavy manufacturing district, that really doesn't change anybody's use right now because they're already there. They used to be there. That's what's brought this problem up, is we took away their right for heavy manufacturing or industrial. We took it away from them and now called it light industrial and said, you can't do this stuff.
Right.
So if we regress back to what used to be industrial and struck out whatever we didn't want in industrial heavy manufacturing, then we'd be right back to where we used to be. Even though we may have to go through the process, we'd be right back to where we were, and they would be back to where they were.
Right, right.
Okay?
And that's what I'm proposing with option one, the amendments to the existing UDO regulations. If we go back and note this district as just industrial and go back and add the heavy manufacturing as a land use classification, that will resolve their future development issues in that industrial district. But at the same time, we can go further and note specific development standards for when a heavy manufacturer wants to be located next to residential.
Can you go to the next slide? So when I was up there previously. So would you be anticipating that there would be greater than 20% opposition from this area?
I'm just considering that you're also noticing the actual property owner who, depending on the size of the property, probably is 20% of the designated change area.
That to
You
create
talking-
the second zoning?
Right, yes.
So changing from the light industrial and go back to the industrial, right? And add the previous classification back in. That
Right,
will get back to where we were before.
correct.
And then go out and create a second zoning. That means we identify the areas we want to call as light industrial, correct? And notify,
No, I think you're putting the two together, the two possible solutions together. One is not a zone change at all, just changing the designation and adding the land use classification for heavy manufacturing.
so get back to where we were before,
Yes.
okay?
Then you have option two, which is the actual designating that specific area a new zoning district, which we would have to actually notice the property owner, and that's where we could run into some,
So when we say the property owner, are you talking about the industrial park property owner, or are you talking about each individual property owner in the industrial park?
it depends on which properties you select. Like if we go from, currently, the industrial park we're talking about would need to be classified as heavy manufacturing if we're going to create a light industrial zoning district. So they would have their zoning changed as well in order to address the light industrial along Larkin.
Can you go back to chart, can you go back to chart one for me, please?
The
The recommendation? Go ahead, Mr. Finch.
So, a couple of comments, and I think I like option one, as long as we can protect our residents, as you've stated in there with some additional language. Would that be included in that recommendation as far as adding some language to protect the residents? We would include that in
Yes,
the
I
ordinance.
wouldn't make these changes without that change,
So we
without
would,
that amendment.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
I'm sorry.
So would we have to go back through the 2-month process with that first recommendation?
That is, I can't say specifically it would take 2 months, but that is.
We have to go through that process of planning and zoning also.
Mhm, yes.
I think for the record, I'd like to say that my major concern is that we have impacted our existing businesses that violate this now new zoning. And so I'm concerned about that, and I want to make sure that they hear that I'm concerned about that. I think we're all concerned about that, how it impacts our town and their business. We've taken some action that can impact their values, and so I'm concerned about that. And I'm also concerned that this may have some bearing on whether they expand or continue to expand here, that we've taken some action that may cause them to question whether they want to expand here. And that's not the message I think we want to send. Within that, I do agree that we need some protections for our residents in that time. I don't have a picture around what that is. I think you have a plan, and I'd like to see the details on what your recommendation is as far as protecting our existing residences. I think the first and foremost, we have to protect our existing, we have to go back and tell our existing businesses, we want you here, right? And so, sorry, we want you, and we want you to expand here. And so, if option one gets us there, and again, I'm going to defer because some of those details I'm not as versed in, but as far as getting us back to where we were, I think is where we need to start, and then adding some of those residential protections in there as we can. And even there's a zone in there that's across from some residences that if we want to keep that light industrial, we want to keep a light industrial in that zone like Councilmember Wade talked about, I'm fine with that. Since it's not developed, right, there's not a business there, and there's a landowner, I get it, and so we are impacting them, but there's not an existing business we're impacting.
Gotcha.
I think it's not so much what we do as it is, and I agree with what Member Finch and Wade have said. To me, it's not about the time. It's about getting it right. We've got an oddball situation here. We've got residences on the east side of Larkin Road, And we've got, over the years, and in fact, those residences, as I recall, back in the 60s and 70s, were zoned industrial, or effectively industrial. And how houses got built on it goes back to many administrations ago within this town. So now we're having to fix a wrong that got created back then, which is really hard for us to do. And that's where many of our problems come that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. So I think what we need to do, again, I'm in agreement with, we need to make these current business owners whole back to what they've always lived with. At the same time, the landowners that may not have anything but grass growing right now, but who are adjacent to a high-speed rail line that runs from the eastern border to the western border of our country. We can't just say, well, you can't do what you might want to do there again. I agree we need to provide that buffer, excuse me, to those residents because they are there now. And I'll shut up in just a second. But they are there now, so let's do what we can. And I know you work hard at it, Rashad. I know you and staff all work hard at it. We've just got to figure out the unique Sunnyvale way of fixing this, because this is, to me, more unique than what typically we other towns and cities have to run into.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. It's about getting it right, not getting it done quickly. And it is a unique challenge. We've got this area called light industrial that one end of it is very different from the other, and a big use in the middle that is unique in and of itself. So my concern is if we have, right now we have a one-size-fits-all solution, which is not working. And previously we had a different one-size-fits-all solution, which wasn't necessarily working either. So it may be, as to Councilmember Wade's suggestion, that we take the time and we look at this, and is there a place to divide it, whether that's Berry Road, whether that's the east side of the Dallas Water property, the west side of the Dallas property, Dallas Water property, and if no one on the east side is complaining that now they're light industrial, maybe we leave that as is for the benefit of the citizens that have been there since probably before those landowners bought their property, and then do what we need to do to get it back to where it needs to be on the west side of whatever that division is. But I agree, we need to act expeditiously on this, but in a manner that gets to the right result, not necessarily the quickest result.
So
I think one thing, I'm sorry, Larry, real quickly, one thing I might add real quickly is DWU, I think, kind of throws a crux into this a little bit, because if I understand it correctly, they fall under heavy manufacturing classification.
You need to go back and see what they came under. But I would assume so. They were, I believe, in place since the 60s, so I have to research.
And the scenario that I'm going to speak to here is that while it's classified as heavy manufacturing, you drive over there and you don't think it's heavy manufacturing because it's based, yeah, they do have some structures in the immediate tower area, but as I recall from a previous presentation, I believe they gave just a very preliminary presentation. If there's a purchase of land across Berry, it wasn't going to have the type of structures, if I remember correctly. Other members who heard that's been 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was going to be used more for reservoir, which as much as what fronts along Sain Road is reservoir. You don't see anything from Mesquite to speak of, unless you're coming in from the east or coming in from the west. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I think I forgot what I was going to say. However, I want to go back to where we were before, under the previous zoning. Were there any restrictions at that time for residential buffer that we're talking about now?
You know, it's the landscaping and screening requirements, and then, of course, just your natural, I don't know if it went as far as details of the noxious or noise or anything like that, but we could go that far. I hadn't had to deal with that, so I don't totally recall the details of the requirements, but the things I have noted that are going to be a future issue are things that I needed to address here. As I research further as far as the conditional development standards of other towns, how they've addressed it, and specifically how Sunnyvale would like to address it, I think I can come up with some things that will alleviate this issue.
So I guess the short answer was, it wasn't really this, there were some landscape requirements, right? But there wasn't a buffer that we're proposing here, it was industrial with a buffer and then the residential, correct?
I think it's the biggest thing was the buffer.
So one of the things that concerns me is the businesses that were here, and I'm certainly concerned about the impact of the residentials. The water plant was there, the airport was there, the train was there. So we have a unique area that I agree with the rest of everybody else has said, that we need to get it right. But I'd also like to hear from, and I think we're going to do that here soon, we're going to hear from a public hearing to hear what other people have to say about this specifically. I think there's, at least for me, there's a lot of data. I've actually only seen this 20 minutes ago. So looking at this and processing the people that have emailed us and talked to us about it, I want to be sure we get it right. And I think the people that own property there that we're expanding, they have a right to protect that property. And I think we need to take a look to see what we can do for the residential as well. And I just don't really know what that looks like. If there wasn't something there before, what does that look like? And I think we need to take that into consideration. But again, I think the most important thing is to get it right, whatever we do.
Rashad, one point of clarification. We've talked a lot about I think it's the northern half or eastern half. There's two businesses down at the bottom of that zoning district, that Associated Trust, and then I think Apex Texas, that aggregate company. Based on what they do, where would they fall? Would they fall under heavy industrial or light industrial?
Say they would fall under, unless they have a specific use noted in the land use chart, it would probably fall under heavy industrial.
Okay. I think as we consider this, we've talked a lot about this dividing line. There are some existing businesses that if we don't pay attention to that as well, we're going to impact, right?
Right.
And so I just think we need to be aware of, don't forget about those important businesses on the lower side as well as we look at this.
Rashad, the water treatment plant has been there since 50s or 60s. Is that heavy? Is that industrial? What kind of classification is that?
Again, I have to research that to verify when it came in, if and when it was designated anything. It could have been just allowed to be developed.
Yeah, but typically that's going to fall under a certain classification in today's world.
Yeah, that's why it's noted as public institutional, a public development.
And typically a public improvement like
Right.
that is not going to be an overbearing industry like clanging metal around and
Right.
a lot of smokestack or anything of that nature. I mean, you got a few water towers and they at one time got rail access, but it still tends to fall under, well, I like the fact that it's got its own little designation because it's a public entity, as opposed to an airport, which is also going to have its own designator, but, you know, we all know what happens to the people that live around Love Field and now DFW.
In many cases, those type of developments are noted as public utilities, public infrastructure, so they're not necessarily noted as heavy manufacturing, anything like that, because they're serving the public.
So I have a question about, just for the slide for anybody watching. That's not a treatment, right? Remember McNeil pointed that out. He just said the slide before. I think it says it's not wastewater. It's drinking water.
It's just water treatment.
Okay.
The wastewater is down on the way.
Yes.
Additional discussions from the council? Okay, if not, Let me invite the public to come forward and talk about and make your comments on this item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jonathan Vinson, 2323 Ross Avenue in Dallas. Here tonight representing the Vince Hagen Company, which has been in Sunnyvale since 1999, been in existence since 1956. Just a little bit about myself, because I think it's relevant to this discussion. We have a 6-person land use group in our firm, one of whom is me. And so for the last 20 years, all I've done is nothing but zoning and land use stuff. So through that experience, I've acquired quite a bit of familiarity with nonconformity, nonconforming uses and structures, and the consequences of all that. And as the staff report, I think appropriately notes, a few of the changes that you all have just had an excellent discussion about has caused some concern with long-term development with some of the uses, the industrial type uses. So that's what we're here tonight. And you're going to hear from some of the good corporate citizens who are actually here on the ground in Sunnyvale who can tell you in more detail. Just sort of from more the technical side of it, looking at the current ordinance and the nonconformity that it appears to create, under your code, and this is typical for virtually every city I've ever seen, if you have a nonconforming use, there are certain consequences to that. And I won't go into great detail, but for example, the ability to expand, there are limitations on that. And I get that. I understand the purpose of that. I think in this instance, some of those consequences may have been not fully intended, I'll put it that way. And, we're all going to try to work through this together and start this conversation, which I think is great, and that's what we're here tonight to do. Specifically, the ability to expand is limited, for example, outside the building. If someone wanted to invest additional, in additional equipment to create those jobs and add that ad valorem tax, they would have difficulty doing that, probably couldn't do that under the current situation. And so, and there are other ways to go about it. I mean, you can go, if you have exposure, maybe if there's a gap in the use, it affects the value of the property, things like that. Yes, you can go to the Board of Adjustment, but that's a discretionary process. It's a public hearing process, we all know. I always tell my clients, you can't predict what's going to happen in a public hearing. It's up to the officials that do that. So, non-conforming status, I know you all understand this, it affects the valuation of the existing business. A lot of what we do is, we might have someone from out of state who wants to come in and invest in North Texas. Fortunately for all of us, a lot of people are doing that these days. And one of the things they do is they do their due diligence. And one of the first questions they get is, can we operate this use here? And to have to explain to a lender's council on the East Coast, well, it's non-conforming, and there are these rules you have to understand, and you can do this, you can't do that. It's difficult for everybody in that situation. It's probably most difficult for the property owner and the business operator because it does affect their valuation and their ability to expand. And these are good corporate citizens you're going to be hearing from who have invested in Sunnyvale for a long time, want to continue to do that. Y'all just had a very interesting discussion a little while ago about public safety and how do we fund public safety in every city. That's top of the list, most important to the citizens. It's a big budget item. I understand the challenge you face there. One of the things that every city I've ever seen wants to do is to have a good balance between the commercial and industrial taxpayers and the residential taxpayers and not burden your residential taxpayers too much by having a healthy business climate and people making investments and adding to that ad valorem tax. So that's what we're all about here tonight as well. So I know you all understand all that. I won't spend any more of your time other than just to say that we look forward to starting this process. There are some great ideas that were discussed, both from staff and from council. Look forward to working with Rashad and coming back and working with you all and having a good constructive dialogue and end up in a good place for everybody. Thank you very much.
So can I ask you to fill up that yellow sheet and drop it off?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Carol Hagan. I reside at 4241 Park Lane, Dallas. I own the Vince Hagen Company, and we manufacture concrete construction equipment. We've been doing that at Sunnyvale for 19 years. I bought the factory in 1999. So I'm very, very proud to be here. My business resides at 330 Clay Road in Sunnyvale, and I'm very, very proud to run my business here because this is a great place for citizens to live and work. And I don't want to have to move. I want to continue to invest here. And some stats on my company. In 2018, our forecasted sales are going to be $30 million. Over the past 5 years, we've grown 21% on average. Our sales are expected to grow another 23% in 2018. It's a great business climate. Our company represents 30% market share of our industry. In addition to the taxes that my company pays, we employ 161 employees. And those employees eat at your restaurants. They buy gas. They're contributing to the economy of Sunnyvale. But I want to thank you for your commitment to making Sunnyvale the best place to live and work. And you guys do a great job. You're very committed. Sunnyvale is our only manufacturing home at this time. We are considering moving our corporate office to Sunnyvale by constructing a new office building on the property. We pay approximately, right now, $103,000 a year in personal and real estate property taxes to Sunnyvale. With the addition of the planned office building, that's going to increase to $126,000 in taxes. We're also considering adding a lunchroom for our employees and an additional manufacturing facility in the next few years if, again, we can get our zoning back. The unintended consequences of the UDO is that it rezoned our property and our neighboring businesses from heavy industrial to light. This change in zoning poses a major challenge to our company for many reasons, including the fact that many lending institutions are hesitant to loan money to businesses that have had their land use limited. That means our ability to invest in the future expansion of growth will not be able to be achieved in Sunnyvale. To promote the success and expansion of Sunnyvale's industrial district, I respectfully ask you to revert our zoning back to what we had before. This will allow Vince Hagen to grow in Sunnyvale instead of having to look at other cities for our expansion. We understand the need to maintain the quality of life in Sunnyvale, and as you consider the zoning for heavy industrial, we are not opposed to reasonable buffer zones. The fact is we love having our business in Sunnyvale, and we will work with town staff to try to come up with a solution. I'll close by thanking Sunnyvale for being our host community. You have been great neighbors, and we are confident to find common ground.
Ms. Hagan, thank you for being here. And if there's anything we can do to help you expand your business, please help with the staff and council. We'll be
Okay,
happy
well,
to
thank
work
you
with
very much.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Barry Johnston. I live in 620 Purple States Trail in Mesquite. I'm the operations manager for McElroy Metal in Sunnyvale. We're in the Sunnyvale Industrial Park next to the Vince Hagen Company. McElroy acquired assets of Components Plus in 2009, so McElroy's been in the park a little over almost 9 years, 9 years in August. Components Plus was there since 1998, so the building in the industrial park has had the same industrial use for almost 20 years. It's right at 20 years. Last year, 2017, we processed just under 38 million pounds of steel out of our plant in Sunnyvale. At the current pace we're going to process about 42 million pounds of steel out of our plant in Sunnyvale. Just in round numbers, that's about 1,000 truckloads a year, so it's pretty significant. In 2016, we started a 14,400 square foot expansion. It was approximately 30% expansion on our property. And it's just like the guy who builds a barn, we didn't build it big enough. And these zoning restrictions of light industrial make it difficult for us to consider future expansion at this location because although the light industrial isn't really defined well by size or volume, I feel like at 42 million pounds of steel coming out of that facility, it's really not light industrial. Again, we employ about 40 employees. Our employees as well live in the area, shop in the area, eat at the restaurants in the area. So this zoning change back to what it was is very important to McElroy Metal. So we'd appreciate your consideration.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Appreciate your business in town. So would you also pick up a piece of yellow sheet? Thanks, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Oops, pardon me. I'm John Rogers, 1214 Creekwood Drive, Garland, Texas, and I guess business address is 490 Clay Road. The property is owned by 490 Clay Road LP. The business that occupies the property is Performance Pulsation Control. We've been here in the park since 1998. We currently have about 84, 85 employees, and we're definitely heavy manufacturing. We weld products anywhere from a ½ inch thick to almost 6 inches thick, and they're called pressure vessels. They're specifically used in oil field applications and industrial applications for controlling pulsation energy with high pressure reciprocating pumps. Just a little bit of what we do and why it's there. First, let me thank you for your service. We appreciate that. We appreciate the opportunity to have a time to speak and to share our concerns. Frankly, it came as a shocking surprise what had happened, and I'd certainly like to find a way to not have surprises in the future and learn how to be more involved and to be more informed. That's certainly my responsibility. I, along with others, hang on a second, owners in Sunnyvale Center, which is the big star right there next to the water plant to the west side, want to work with the town to revise the current zoning. And I mean that sincerely. We don't want to come and just complain. We want to contribute, to take part in the discussion where we're permitted and beyond even this meeting. We want to, from our standpoint, we want to expand as well. We're wanting to extend the building south to encompass the current craneways that are outside of the current structure, which has been at about roughly 15,000 square feet. And we want to ensure that our current value and our future property values are maintained and then ultimately even enhanced through the expansion as well. The current zoning, I believe, hurts both of these as well as, frankly, it hurts the town in terms of its potential impact to the taxable value. I'm no expert on that, but it just seems reasonable that that would have a potential consequence. I believe that our building is more valuable from a taxing purpose with the old zoning classification. And then that, obviously, that value helps the town and the school district. We're talking about town, but also the school district, which is obviously the most expensive taxing entity here. So I would like the town to revise the zoning to include the heavy industrial, or basically, as been discussed, kind of get us back to where we were. And I appreciate the discussion that council has had in that regard and the attitude that you have all shown towards that. So thank you for that as well. Lastly, I would like to suggest, similar to what I was saying earlier, that the town might consider setting up some type of advisory group of industrial owners to potentially work with town staff as not only in this current situation, but maybe in future things as you're thinking about industrial use. And certainly our experience might be beneficial from giving advice. And I'm certainly willing to participate in that. I want to not just talk, but I want to act and put my personal time available to support what I'm requesting and to certainly invest in the town's future. So in closing, just thank you again for your time, and we just politely request that we get back to where we were.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your investment in town.
Thank you.
Next person.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor and Council. My name's Mike Tracy. I'm with Coffin Barker Truck Equipment Branch Manager. We're located at 370 Clay Road here in Sunnyvale. We bought this property in 2005 for the location of US 80 and 635 for movement of vehicles. We install truck equipment for US government, cities, counties, state, private individuals, businesses, export. We've been in business as a company since 1960. This is the fourth location out of the company. We moved down here in partnership with International when they did in 2002. Then we moved over here because we needed more property. We thought Sunnyvale was a great location for us. The building was ideal. As you can see, we install equipment, snow plows, spreaders, dump bodies, whatever. So it's heavy equipment. So we would be considered heavy industrial. We definitely would need to keep the heavy industrial tag because our business relies on it. We can't expand at any point without it. If it goes to light industrial, we're kind of stuck in that little square right there and we can't go any farther with it. At this point, I only have 8 employees. I have had up to 30. When International left, it obviously affected our business to a point, but we are going back forward with more employees. So for us, it would be a great accomplishment to keep it at heavy industrial. Obviously for the owner of my company, he would be very appreciative of that. And so I thank you for your time, and hopefully it works out for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Thanks for doing business here. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. How are you guys?
Wonderful.
Tired of listening to how wonderful you are? The Printex Alloy Fabricators is a very low-profile entity that joined Sunnyvale's Industrial Park about 8-9 years ago. And when we did join, the city was very, very diligent about trying to provide any kind of grants and or expansion capabilities, any kind of support they offered, which really made it one of the reasons we came to Sunnyvale. We still have our headquarters outside of Dallas in the new Dubai territory of Dallas, but we're having to move out of there. So we had considered moving our headquarters to Sunnyvale, and unfortunately, just in this news that we've gotten in the last couple of weeks, that has had to make me rethink what can happen if, in fact, we don't stay connected to the reality that we are major heavy metal. Our customer base is aerospace. Y'all don't know it, but y'all have a great deal to do with every rocket you see go up. Every time you see the news, something was shipped out of Sunnyvale to make that happen. So we do custom stainless steel pressure vessels. Similar to what you heard from Propulsion, we just focus on the aerospace industry. And it's all custom designed, custom ordered with NASA, SpaceX, Boeing, Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin. So we don't really want to take that business away from Sunnyvale. One, we're kind of quite comfortable with some terrific restaurants you'll have. Look forward to more out here. But more than anything, in terms of the urgency, I would hope that maybe you could split the decision between go back to what you had, at least for the industrial park area, and then put a different plan in place for the new expansion. Because for me, the next 2 to 3 months makes a huge difference as to what I need to do, because I must move out of my downtown space. And to bring those employees out here, I'm not prepared for that. But 2 weeks ago, I told the banker to put on hold the plans we have to expand in the Sunnyvale space. So it's not intended to be a threatening scenario, because we're not big enough to threaten anybody. But the concept of it does impact us, and it impacts us timing-wise very directly. So anything y'all can do in making at least a revision to reestablishing the zoning that you had while you then work on the bigger continuous plan would be greatly helpful in our case. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was my input into, we do like Sunnyvale, we want to stay here, and we do want to expand. I can tell you, we're in our 4th month of our fiscal year, and we've already surpassed our sales volume for the year. So we are going to be expanding. The only question is where. And I was devastated when I heard, wait, they did what? So if we can help with anything, let us know in terms of what we need to do, but we cannot be rezoned as something less than heavy industry.
Thanks for coming and talking to us. We are committed to making it better for everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Frank Finan. My address is 104 Grace Lane in Terrell, Texas. I am the owner of Accurus Systems Incorporated, which is at 326, 330, and 380 Calais Road. Our business started in 1989. In 1992, we had some interest in getting out of rent building, and we approached Gardner Denver, who owned that site and was vacant for 14 years. And we asked them if they would sell us some of that site. In 1992, we bought the corner of that site, 9 acres and 2 buildings. Over the years, we've expanded and acquired another maybe 16 acres and 2 more buildings in that site. We're very committed to Sunnyvale and the environment we have. It's a great facility. It's worked very well for us. Acura produces architectural aluminum products. We make windows and aluminum and glass framing for commercial buildings all over the world, actually. We do about $30 million a year. We employ 134 people there. Most of our work is really processing aluminum. We also assemble the aluminum into frames and then put glass in it. So we have glass brought into our facility and then used into the assembled products we sell out to the public across the country. We would respectfully request that we return the zoning back to what it was. It was in that situation a long time before I came and a long time after, and I think it really makes sense for the community and for the businesses that are there and the future businesses that are going to be there. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Frank, for a long-term commitment. Would you pick up a log page for me?
I sure will.
Thank you again for the commitment. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've heard all of us, and I'm the last one, so you're coming to an end here. But I'm David Jackson. I live at 8216 Tangle Rose Drive in Frisco, Texas. I'm a real estate broker, developer. I have been working here in Sunnyvale and Sunnyvale Center specifically for about 15 years. I've also sold some properties on Aston and all. But I have 3 sites available in Sunnyvale Center, a couple of 10-acre sites and a 4.5-acre site. I'm a minority owner in 2 of those sites with John Rogers back there, and the listed site is with Frank Finan. So 25 acres of available land represents the potential for about $25 million of improved property. You build a 100,000-foot manufacturing plant on 10 acres, that's $10 million. So there's a potential for that, and we're in the best window for being able to finally sell these properties to people who build buildings, because the real estate market's gotten so tight out there. But just this past week, I had to tell a broker, he said, well, I'll need to check the zoning. I said, well, I got to tell you something about that. It's all been zoned light industrial, and we're going to work on that. But he said, well, when you get it fixed, give me a call, and I'm going to keep looking. You know, I was a 2-acre user that I potentially missed there, maybe. He was an underground utilities contractor. Couple things I just want to cover real quick. The history of Sunnyvale Center, it was originally Gardner Denver, which manufactured drilling rigs and pump jacks. They got bought by Cooper Industries. The whole project went vacant from about 85 until 94. And so, these properties do go vacant, and you got to be able to sell them again to a manufacturer and not be sweating a 1-year, 1-day grandfather clause. But one of the things about Sunnyvale Center is virtually every company in there is what's called basic employment. That's an economic development term that I learned in a master's program. And basic employment is different from regular employment. Basic employment is when the company manufactures things that are sold outside of that area. That's called basic employment. Y'all know this. I'm just reiterating. There's a formula in every city. For every basic employment job, it creates 3 or 4 or 5 other jobs, because those people eat in the restaurants, get their oil changed, that sort of thing. So we've got about 490 employees that work in Sunnyvale Center, just Sunnyvale Center, not all that whole industrial area, but just Sunnyvale Center proper. One of the things I figured out some time ago, Marazzi Tile, Dow Tile, is your #1 largest taxpayer in this town. And they fall in that heavy manufacturing category, certainly. Sunnyvale Center itself, cumulatively, would be your 2nd largest taxpayer, paying to help run the schools and, pay for the police department you're going to have. And so we want to be there to do that. Let's see, one of the things that people are concerned about is, I don't want smokestacks, I don't want grody, awful, terrible industrial. Well, Sunnyvale Center Property Owners Association, it's a POA, because that's the way the town agreed to let it be set up, so we could split the different properties out. And the bylaws for the POA restrict uses that have excessive noise, excessive dust, or noxious odors. I believe that's in there too, but I'm positive that the noise and dust is in there, because every company I've sold a building to has questioned that and said, well, would we qualify? Well, everybody in there, if you drive through there, you're not going to have to be annoyed by the noise, and you don't have a lot of dust and challenges. And so we're sort of putting a layer of insulation, at least on Sunnyvale Center Park, for the city. We would love to work with Rashad in this formulation of this new code, so that we make sure that things are there to protect their uses, and a couple other things Rashad and I have discussed in the meantime. So we appreciate your help, and appreciate all the work it takes to do this kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and appreciate your interest in Sunnyvale. Anyone else like to come forward? Council, additional discussions or comments on this topic?
Mayor, is there any way that we can put a temporary moratorium based on SIC or NAICS codes for various industries within this area, that we redefined we made the zoning more restrictive?
Did we make, again, Rashad, I'm going to ask you, did we make the zoning more restrictive, or we just named it incorrectly?
It sounds to me from testimony we've heard tonight, it's become more restrictive.
It's somewhat, yes, more restrictive for those existing heavy manufacturing uses, based on expansion, the materials that we require for those new buildings. And then we don't even have a definition specifically for heavy manufacturing. Those uses that have continued, the way that was addressed is those specific uses, just throughout tile manufacturing, were added to the land use chart. Rather than having a general heavy manufacturing, that specific use was added. But the issue is, let's say that tile manufacturing business goes out of business. That structure, that building is still a heavy manufacturing facility. They sell to the next property owner. They don't have a heavy manufacturing land use classification to allow for that new business owner to come in. They would have to continue as a tile manufacturer. This change will resolve that, and at least require a SUD, specific use designation, for heavy manufacturing. I think that's the biggest issue, is the transition of how we go from tenant to tenant, and how the site is expanded, the current existing developments are expanded.
You know, I don't know that anyone has any real problems with what is existing there. And a lot of the reason for the change was driven by the fact that there are some properties there that are available to be built on. That was the reason why the changes were implemented.
Correct.
Somehow or another, within the POA, Sunnyvale Park POA scenario, which I don't think anybody would have a problem, with similar companies of similar SIC or NAICS code, NAICS is the more current version, of moving into any of those places. And I think we need to, I don't know what instrument we might have that would provide a temporary moratorium to those businesses so these people can get on doing what they need to do. We don't need them waiting. While I said originally, and I still stand behind it, it's not about time. We need to do our best to get it right. But we've got people here that need to grow and expand. And I don't know that they can wait the amount of time that it's going to take for us to try to figure out what we're going to do on a piece of land that doesn't even have anybody wanting to buy anything on it yet.
It wasn't staff's intention to slow up anyone who wanted to move forward in the next few months to submit a expansion of their site. I would just note we're in the process of making some amendments, but this is adequate development in accordance with their current use, and this is what they want to do. These are exceptions that would need to be requested as far as the landscaping exceptions and the building exterior exceptions. If they want that in their request, I would just present that and make a recommendation.
But then to go through the,
It would still go through P&Z and council, just like a typical site plan. Let's say a developer in that park wanted to expand their site or build a new building. They would need to do a site plan amendment for their site with the elevations, landscaping, et cetera. But noting that we're going through some amendments to the current development standards, I wouldn't necessarily hold them to the requirements, but I would ask that they ask for alternative compliance from those requirements.
so they can still proceed with their development plans?
Yes. Yes.
And that would happen if, in the event one of the businesses moves out and another business wants to move into that building, they would be able to also ask for the alternative compliance if that new use was not under light industrial.
Correct. I don't see a reason why we can't at least present it. And if it came down to it and we decided it's just outside of Sunnyvale, if I was in another town and we ran into this type of situation and someone wanted to come in for a specific use that was not allowed in a certain zoning district, you still present that request, but it would require a text amendment to the land use table to add that use that they're proposing. So that could be the
And that would
process.
happen at that time.
Right, but the fact that we're in the process of adding that anyway, if that's the direction town council gives me, I wouldn't see a reason why we can't move forward with submittals.
Right, so it sounds like there's a process for the companies to move forward
Yes.
right now. There might not be a process if they are getting loans, that might be an issue we have to address. There may be a time issue also, but.
If yes, the person who's giving a loan may do due diligence to see our zoning and whatnot and what the standards are, that could be an issue right now.
Right, right.
Did you have a comment on that?
Let me ask you,
I did, from the point of view of expansion for light industrial is very different for expansion from major heavy industry. We have 50-ton cranes inside the buildings. You have to put a building plan together, and very honestly, if there's an at-risk position, then you're just not going to do it. You're not going to submit it and wait and see. You need to move on to where you don't have those restrictions, which is the way we actually came into Sunnyvale, because we had restrictions downtown. When we came into Sunnyvale, there were no restrictions, and as they've explained, the site, y'all have no clue what's in these buildings, and when they're designed for the heavy industry, there are attributes there that y'all just wiped out when you rezoned it. So not only the bankers don't want to deal with it because they don't know what to do with it when it's down low, some of the mortgages people have may be upside down if you change if you continue with where you're going with it. And there's not any way in my particular position that I'm going to risk what may happen versus what shouldn't have happened from the beginning from our point of view. Does that make sense?
No, I get it.
Because I believe wholeheartedly that y'all want the industry here, and the industry that is here, especially if y'all haven't even noticed that it is here, meaning we're benefiting versus harming anything, then to restrict us in any way seems a little less than what's available to do, as in put us back where we were before this change was made, and then consider all your things that are around it. It doesn't mean don't change it, but again, I've now allowed the advisory input into how to change it if you feel like you need to in the long term. So my concern is just give us back what we had 2 months ago, whenever this happened, so that I can feel like the plans I've already made and have already got submitted with the banker and the architects and all of that already works. But the reality will be, without that, I will have to go look for other sites because I don't know what the ultimate result will be. So it just puts more workload on us for the just in case. Does that
Right.
make sense?
No, I get it, and that's, the intention is to go back to the way it was, but
Right.
I understand the design process and getting the loan and the funds. You have to present and spend money to get those plans made to present that information in order to get the funds. So
Right.
that's what we're getting at. That's what council's
And all
getting at.
those designs are based on the site you expect to put it on
Right.
versus just any site. So it does get cumbersome, and time, unfortunately, does matter. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I wonder if we're not dancing around this word that we've created called light industrial. I noticed in the land use chart that's current after the UDO, that tile manufacturing is a permitted use. I noticed that glass manufacturing is a permitted use. And just trying to flip through here on a few more of these. I don't know what everybody exactly does, but there's even one in here called light assembly and manufacturing processes. I don't want to say anybody's got light assembly out there, but manufacturing keeps popping up in here as a permitted use.
Right.
So, did we make a mistake with calling it light industrial when it's exactly the same thing it was? I mean, we don't have a category for tile manufacturing, but it's in light industrial. And there's there's no question what tile manufacturing is.
Correct, but I guess to,
I mean, if we're arguing over whether you have a landscape buffer from 200 to 300 feet, that's another issue. I mean, did we just mistitle something here?
No.
In the intent of saying we want it to be residential friendly?
those land use classifications you just noted were added so that those current businesses could continue as tile manufacturing, concrete batch manufacturers.
Right.
But removing the heavy manufacturing general classification limits those structures. as
So
you
where
move
did we
forward.
remove that at? Where does that?
It's not noted.
It isn't there.
No, but it was. That's the thing. In the old zoning ordinance, we
But
had.
it's not in the new.
It's not in the new.
Then it still exists,
How does it still exist?
So,
because it's not in there.
No,
right, I
if
guess
it's
the
not in there,
former
that
one
means
had
it's
the former one had the industrial or manufacturing heavy, but the new one do not. That means that use is not permitted. That's that was,
Correct. If the use is not in the land use chart, it's not allowed unless a applicant requests that new use be added.
Well, so we put tile manufacturing in there, but we didn't let Mr. Johnston create a piece of steel because we didn't put steel manufacturing in there.
If his.
If that's what you want to call his business.
Right,
If it's steel manufacturing, for lack of, I don't know what it is, you know, did we allow for tile to still in there, but you can't put steel?
That is what happened in the transition.
So to cut to the chase, our old ordinance allowed for heavy industrial or manufacturing by conditional use permit. Our new does not. it seems to me a quick fix is, let's add industrial and manufacturing heavy by special use permit. We can look at it, we can waive setbacks, we can do whatever. That puts them back on the status quo. We define what that is, we amend the table, we add a definition to define what that is, and then we can spend the next 2, 3, 4 months, whatever it is, looking, okay, now do we want to make further definitions to this? Do we want to delineate between what's over here on the west side and on the southeast side and what's in the middle and create different stuff? But we can, as you proposed, just put it back like it was, where it was by special use permit. So what they're doing at least is zoned for it if they get permission to do it. And then we can do the more detailed thing. It's like, okay, now that this over here is fixed, do we want to look at this and create a light industrial district from it, or put in buffering, you know, or different requirements within so many yards, so many feet of residential, et cetera?
Staff can do that. Staff can do that. But as the other suggestions note that there are other issues with the developments as far as if they want to expand. Right now we require 90% masonry in the industrial park. So I can come back with that later and just note that as if they come in within the time period of us working through that, I'll just note that right now this does not comply, but the applicant is requesting alternative compliance. But in the meantime, staff can bring back a land use chart amendment to add heavy manufacturing. Now that will have to go to P&Z and then come to council afterwards.
And would that protect the residents?
No, not at this point. That would just bring it back to the way it was previously, and then we'll, in the meantime, staff will be working on proposing conditional development standards to P&Z and council.
And Rashad, maybe I didn't quite catch it, but under the scenario that you just described, a special use permit would still be required?
Yes.
For an expansion. So that opens the door. Does a special use permit requirement cause heartburn with potential lenders and things like that, even though it might be on an expansion side?
Now that's for new construction. If you have an existing development, it's assumed that they have, in their heavy manufacturing, it's assumed that they have a special use designation already in place.
That was one of the things that I wanted to visit with you more about. I would prefer that we establish development standards like noise, dust, odors, things like that, and not have special use designations on every single deal. Because when that building goes vacant for a year and a day, it puts that building at risk for that next guy. Let's talk about Marazzi Tile. Say they are gone. And let's say a bus manufacturing company wants to come and occupy their building. You know, I mean, you gotta look at it as if the building goes vacant, what happens to the value of, well, that's a tile manufacturing plant. And you know, it's, you know, interesting that they put that in the code, but to me, that doesn't do anything to protect their values. It protects their current occupancy, but they're grandfathered already.
I appreciate what you're saying, sir, but you're saying that as a realtor and as a property owner. We've got business owners here saying they can't wait 6 months for us to go through that process.
Well,
so we can do the quick fix and then follow that with a longer fix like you suggest.
Okay, and I would, yes, I would hope that the long-term fix would not be a special use designation on each and every deal that came along. But, and I appreciate that we have people who are, you know, Carol Hagan's getting ready to build an office building. She'd do a lunchroom right now if things were right. I didn't realize Carolyn Wester was about to do something too. But, so yeah, we do need a little bit of a quicker fix, but you know, that when I saw the special use designation, I just like, oof, is that?
It's the same way it was previously. It was conditional use requirement for heavy manufacturing.
Same
Okay.
thing, different word.
Love to discuss it more in the process of putting this all together.
Yes.
So Rashad, do you have any recommendations on how we help we may have the business owners.
Well, if it's council's direction for me to just make the amendment right now to add heavy manufacturing, I guess the question would be, do you want staff to present a proposed solution to council again before going to P and Z, or make the proposed amendment and bring it, so that would bring it to P and Z next month and town council in September?
It's too late, right?
I have a question regarding, you had provided several options before.
Right.
Do you still think option 1 or option 2 are better than what we're throwing out right now?
I can separate these amendments. I can separate the land use chart amendment and make that its own amendment. But I still think in order for it to ease concerns from the property owners and staff, as far as the review is concerned, I suggest the rest of these be at least looked at.
Rashad, there's a lot of changes. I think, at least personally, I don't know the rest of the council, we got to read through it and understand it and take time to do it. I want to rush into it, right? At the same time, I want to try to address the immediate concerns, immediate needs of the business owners. So maybe the solution is to separate them. Maybe find a temporary solution and then take time to do what is right and do it correctly. That's my thought.
Yeah, I'm with Chris on the special use and pursuing that so we can enable these businesses as quick as possible to expand and grow so we don't hinder their growth. And then look at it. I agree everything needs to be looked at longer term, but I want to make sure that we send a clear signal that we want these businesses to be successful and want them to grow and add to our tax base. So whatever it takes, if Chris's idea is the way to do it, then I support that.
Does it need to, can this council make the decision, does it need to go back to PNC for use change?
Any text amendment to the zoning ordinance, UDO, must be presented to P and Z and then town council.
So in order to add back the industrial and manufacturing heavy special use designation, in other words, go back to where we were before, has to go back to PNC, then come back to.
Yes,
So you're talking about what, month?
correct. It'll be presented.
So, Rashad, looking at, what you got up here, I mean, number 1, that's just a name change. 2 is a table change. Guess we need a definition to go along with that. 3, maybe as a short-term thing, we put in an alternative compliance exception. And so, if anybody's got immediate expansion needs, we can deal with them. Same with 4. And we send that to P and Z. Once you have it, let them look at it next month. So it comes back to us in September, early September for the first reading. And then we follow up with 5, 6, some of the suggestions like, Councilmember Wade made about looking at multiple districts. And, we really, once we've had more time to get our heads around this, hear from the stakeholders, both commercial and residential, find that long-term solution that's going to help our businesses succeed, provide the right atmosphere for our residents, and, fit what we all acknowledge is a valuable but very unique portion of the town.
I'm fine with that.
We've got an extra Monday in this month. Can we call a special P and Z meeting to get this done so we can approve it at the next council meeting?
The meeting must be held at least, we have to provide notice at least 15 days prior to. I'm not certain that.
When is their regularly scheduled
The regular meeting's the third Monday, which is
Okay. So we can move it up to
Up a
early
week or so.
August.
So 6, can they do 6 or that is too short?
might be too short.
That's 14 days, right?
Correct. I'll have to see if staff is capable of turning it around that quickly. I can't guarantee that we'll have all that done.
Yeah, that's a chunk of stuff.
So the meeting is, the meeting is on 20th.
Yes.
Can you bring it back on 27th? That's still ways out.
Mayor and council, if P and Z held that meeting on the 20th, depending on what their suggested changes were, staff trying to get that out and put together on an agenda by Wednesday, it's tough. We can try, but that puts staff in a bind.
Yeah. So Leslie, one more time, just make sure that you're recommending that be presented to the PNC on 20th and bring it back to council on 27th. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, I'm saying doing that. Normally, if it was presented on the 20th, it wouldn't be presented until the first meeting in September. Because the P&Z is gonna meet Monday night. Staff is gonna have to have it, Rashad will have to have it to Rachel, the close business Tuesday, to have it to you by Wednesday.
That's true.
What if we ask P&Z if they could have a special meeting on the 13th for that agenda item?
That's 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, that's enough time.
That's 21 days of notice.
There's enough time for staff, though. There's enough time for staff.
Time for Rashad.
That's 3 weeks though. Yeah, we're asking whether PNC can have a special meeting on 13th.
Would that give you enough time, Rashad?
Possible, I have to see if they're available. but,
Sure.
You know. And is that, I have to ask Leslie, is that possible to notice? Or are we certain that that's 15 days prior to?
That's 21 days, right? 23 to 13.
Okay.
I hope the business owners see that we are working very hard to try to resolve this.
That's the experience, approach it correctly.
I think if we have to push this into September, it's probably, I mean, let's don't stress our staff out. They see we're trying to do it. So I think if we wait
Yeah.
till September, I mean, you're talking the first meeting in September, we could hear it possibly, right?
That is 10th, right?
The 10th.
That'd be a first reading only.
First reading, then we have to do a second reading. So we get it done, we could get it done in September, and hopefully that's enough time for everybody to, I mean, government only moves so fast, obviously. So, and we want to make sure we enable our staff to be successful.
And then after that, we can start addressing option 2, maybe the final few items. Make sure we address the residential, the residents' concerns and whatnot.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
I do. Rashad, you know where you're going with this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Working on
Can you
items
stay
1
late
through
tonight?
4.
So, Rachel, as far as this motion is concerned, we table it? Is that the right motion?
It's just a discussion item, so.
Opposed? Okay. Okay.
I would like to say, Rashad, it seems like you're getting a lot of PowerPoints as to how did we get here, but I just want to thank you and the staff for putting together a whole bunch of pages of UDO that may have not lined up correctly, but I just want to take a moment to say thank you for the work you're doing, and by no means, I hope the heat over there wasn't too hot, but it wasn't on you. It's just a process that kind of fell that way, and I appreciate all the work you've done and you continue to do with the staff as well. So thank you, Rashad. We'll get through all this, but I recognize it didn't fall on you as a mistake or anything, so just thanks again, Rashad.
And I appreciate everybody who came and gave your input. Thank you for coming. All right. You want a break? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Now it's 9:14. Let's get back 9:25.
Yeah, thank you. I think
I know. How you doing? Sure did. Well, yeah, never bored.
Council, can I have you back on the dais?
Yeah, kind of mushrooms, exactly.
Hey, Leslie, does this work?
It's never a dull moment. I was mixing it.
This one. Can I have the council back on the dais? Okay, the now time is 9:26. I'm going to reconvene into the regular town council meeting. Council, moving on to agenda item 6, that is to discuss and provide an update to the town council on the status of the Collins Road Improvement Project from US Highway 80 to Tripp Road. Let me Engineer Kyle. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Lyle Jenkins, sorry, not Kyle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. This project has been on hold for some time, and since over the few weeks there that I've been employed with the town, I've been occupied with getting caught up, figuring out where everything is at, and looking at how we're going to move forward with this project and get it completed and get it open to the public. The plans for the project are essentially complete. The plan calls for Collins Road to be upgraded to a 4-lane divided thoroughfare, 2 lanes in each direction from US 80 up to Tripp Road, with the inclusion of a traffic roundabout serving Tripp Road, that intersection. As I said, the plans are essentially complete. The main outstanding things at this point are there are 2 property owners who have not yet agreed to the town's offer of purchase of right-of-way parcels. Those 2 owners are, the first will be the Hennard brothers, who own the 2 parcels at the south end of the project, just on the north side of US 80. And then Mr. Barnett, who owns a couple of parcels there, sort of at the northwest corner of the Tripp and Collins intersection. I've spoken to both of them, and I've spoken to everybody else along the alignment. Everybody else, again, has agreed to the offers, and I have a meeting scheduled for later this week with Mr. Barnett, and I'm also in communication with the Hennard brothers to get their final questions answered, that we can get them to agree to the offers that the town has previously tendered them. Once they have agreed, the intention is to send out right-of-way documents to all of the property owners as a group, get those properties acquired. We then move forward with franchise utility relocations, let the project to bid, go to construction. To get a little bit more specific in terms of actual timeline, my intention at this point is to have all outstanding right-of-way parcels acquired by the end of September. We would then start the franchise utility relocations immediately at the 1st of October. My estimation is that's about 6 months to get the franchise utility relocations completed, which would take us through the end of March of 2019. During that same time period, we could also start the bidding process. The bidding process can run concurrently with the franchise utility relocations. My intention is to start the bidding process in February. I figure, 2 to 3 months to get the bidding process completed. We could award the project, say roughly on May 1st, 2019. By that point, the franchise utility relocations should be complete, and therefore everybody would be out of the way, and that would enable construction to get started immediately upon award. I estimate this project will take probably about a year to construct, give or take, but about a year to construct. That would put us being substantially complete in May of 2020. One advantage of this timeline is the project adjacent to it on State Highway 352 on the south side of 80, which is being done by TxDOT. That project, I've attended several meetings over the past month at TxDOT District Headquarters over in Mesquite. They right now are just starting the process of right-of-way acquisition for that project. They've got 23 parcels that they still have to acquire before they can start their franchise utility relocations. They're looking at about 12 to 20 months to get their right-of-way acquisitions done. They stood
the phase 1?
I beg your pardon, sir?
The phase 1, the south side?
Yes, sir, south side 352 from 80 down to Kearney Road. They said they have 23 parcels that they still have to acquire for that project. That's directly from TxDOT. As I say, after that, they say for 6 months for their franchise utility relocations, and then they're going to let the project to bid. Given that time frame, they're not going to be able to start the bidding process on that project until late 2019. Estimate at least 3 to 4 months for getting the bid process done on their end, getting them started. We should be wrapping up our project right around the time that they're getting ready to get started with the 352 project, so it'll at least minimize the amount of disruption to the traveling public. Another item that's been discussed recently is on the north end of that, just slightly north of there, where there's a plan to put in a pedestrian tunnel. There have been some previous discussion about that pedestrian tunnel and the amount and the cost from the design consultant. Their scope and fees seemed a bit excessive. I have since met with Friesen Nichols to ask them about that. Their scope and fees included not only the pedestrian tunnel, but also their design for the 30% plans for the next phase of Collins Road, which would be from Tripp north toward Town East Boulevard. That's why their scope and fees was so high, because they were including all that extra work in there, not just the pedestrian tunnel. My understanding is that council was interested in finding out a scope and fees for just the pedestrian tunnel only, and I have requested that from Friesen Nichols. I don't have it yet, but as soon as I get that, I'll certainly be happy to share that information with you at that time. So in a nutshell, that's basically where we're at on the project as of today, as of right now. With that being said, I'd like to entertain any questions that y'all may have on it.
So Lyle, on phase 1, that's the South Collins from 80 to Clare Road. Do you know?
From 80 to
Clare Road.
Kearney, I'm sorry. That's the TxDOT project. They're not going to be able to let that project bid until November of 2019 at earliest, according to the schedule from them. That's the earliest it can happen, given what they have told me at their meetings. And as I say, that we should be well into construction on Collins Road north of 80 at that point, and hopefully be wrapping up by the time they're getting started.
So it's my understanding that on phase 1, they were waiting on us to get right-of-way primarily from Sunnyvale Center.
That's what I also thought.
So are you saying that really they hadn't done any other right-of-way work at all?
That's what they told me in their meeting 2 weeks
we were
ago.
only waiting on us to get Sunnyvale Center to the table.
No, sir, that is not the case.
And so those 23 parcels, wouldn't no majority of those be in Sunnyvale?
Some of them are in Sunnyvale, some of them are in Mesquite. I'm not sure the exact count of which is in Sunnyvale and which is in Mesquite, but I would think the majority of them would be in Sunnyvale. I don't have the specific addresses for all of those 23 parcels.
The majority have to be, because there's only probably less than half a mile that's in Mesquite.
That's correct,
So
yes, sir.
The majority of them have to be in Sunnyvale.
Yes, sir.
So I was under the impression that we'd gotten everything that we had to have for this thing to proceed.
Well, the 3 parcels that were being dedicated over to the town of Sunnyvale as part of the center, that has been completed. Those have been dedicated over to the city. But like I said, those would still need to be acquired by TxDOT for their project.
Yeah, nothing against what you're saying, but I agree with Mr. Wade. I was under the impression that this project has not started because of that Sunnyvale Center dedication, but.
No, sir, I'm sorry to say that's not the case. There are other factors that are not in the town of Sunnyvale, that the town of Sunnyvale is not holding this project up.
So we don't have any responsibility for the right-of-way acquisitions. Those are in TxDOT's hands.
That's on
correct?
TxDOT, that's correct, yes, sir, for phase 1.
And for our right-of-ways, you said we still have 2 open?
There are 2 property owners that have not agreed to, they haven't officially said yes. They have received offers from the town. They just basically have some questions at this point. They're not disputing the offers. They've made counter offers that the town has previously agreed to. I think they just have a couple of minor questions. As I say, I'm in the process of meeting with them to get their questions answered so that we can wrap those up here within the next few weeks.
So we have agreement with the other property owners, or we are still?
We have agreements with them. They have told me by email, and I've got notes, that they have said yes to the offers. The direction that I've been given, that I had understood that the way we were proceeding on this was we were going to wait till we get these last two folks to say yes, then we were going to draft up the documents, which we've already got the easements prepared. It's just getting them the documents so that they can actually officially sign them.
Is the reason why we wait for everyone to agree before we?
That had been the previous direction before I came on board. As I say, I can certainly start the process with these other owners. I can start it tomorrow. We have all the exhibits and documents in hand already. And if that's what y'all would like me to do, I can certainly do that. And it's just these remaining two property owners, again, Mr. Hennard and Mr. Barnett.
What do you recommend?
I don't see any reason why we can't start. I would recommend going ahead and get started on it, because the sooner we get started, the sooner we'll be finished.
Mr. Wade?
I certainly agree with that, but more specifically, the phase one part. Mr. Mayor, I would strongly recommend that we come up with some kind of communication to the residents, particularly south of 80, that we're looking at 3+ years before there's any movement on this project. And frankly, knowing it's a TxDOT project, I have no confidence it'll be done in 3 years.
Yeah.
Because I was under the impression we were going to get this thing started like right now. And we were the holdup, and we obviously are not the holdup. And, you know, that delays the traffic light at Stone Canyon. That's, you know, left turn lanes out of the hospital. All that stuff is delayed now, and it sounds like it's 3+ years minimum. And I think we need to communicate that to our citizens, because the majority of those property owners are in Sunnyvale. I mean, if you look at Highway 80 down to Kearney Road, you know, there's probably a quarter mile that's mesquite.
Yeah.
So those property owners, those 23 property owners, are primarily Sunnyvale. So I think, you know, the quicker they get their part done, if it's important to them, whether it be Stone Canyon pressure or whatever,
Yeah.
needs to be communicated. Because we're fixing to create a tremendous bottleneck with construction right in the middle of two other construction projects.
Lyle, do we have a writing from TxDOT that they have 23 parcels they are still waiting for?
I have their notes from the last meeting that I attended where they was printed on their agenda. I don't have it with me on me here tonight, but I do have it. I would be more than happy to get with the TxDOT representative and ask him to send me something a little bit more detailed as far as maybe specific addresses.
Yeah.
Something that I can share with you and give you just a little bit more detailed information. Again, I know they said, like, you know, 12 to 20 months for right of way. I understand that's quite a broad range right there. That's all they've been willing to share at this point. Like I said, of course, you know, I've only been on board here a few weeks, so I'm not quite as familiar with what the previous expectations were. But like I said, that's what I've got from TxDOT. That's the latest and greatest from them.
Yeah, I think, let me ask you, so if you get those addresses, is there anything town can do to facilitate, or should we even do that? Since it's
Well,
a
I'm certain that TxDOT wouldn't mind if there's something we can do to facilitate. I can visit with their right-of-way department and ask them what the town can do to possibly speed that process along, because I do agree that 12 to 20 months seems excessive. I'm not real familiar with TxDOT's procedure, but it seems to me that that's a bit excessive. I mean, they've already identified, they know what the parcels are, so it's just getting the exhibits up, getting agreement with the various property owners. I don't know why, it shouldn't to me take that long, but that's the status that they've given me. So if there's anything that we can do to expedite it, I'm certainly happy to look into that.
Let's somehow get that right in, because I agree with Mr. Wade. My understanding all along was that they got all the right of acquisitions, the agreement, except the one, and they got that recently.
All right. Well, as I say, I've got contact information for the specific managers at TxDOT that can speak to that, and I will certainly get that information from them and then share it with y'all.
Gotcha.
So now, going back to phase 2, what's left? Granted, we got 2 right-of-way issues. So we got them resolved. We
Yes,
just
sir.
got to get questions answered and documents signed. So.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you've indicated that the consulting engineer has to firm up his estimate of cost.
That would be for the pedestrian tunnel only, sir.
I'm talking about the probable construction cost from Nathan Meyer. I mean, is that 8.3 firm, or is that?
That was based on their 100% plan set. That was done some time back, and I've already asked them for an updated opinion of
Year
probable
old.
cost, just because, you know, inflation and things that have happened since that previous OPC was turned in. But there haven't been any changes to the project that would, you know, add any new items. It would just be a question of, has inflation caused an increase in price?
So Mayor, what do you forecast is the procedure to get to a conclusion on phase 2? I mean, have we done everything we're supposed to do, or do we have some discussions left to go? I'm thinking about, we don't know the final cost. We've issued bonds, we've issued COs. Is it enough?
Yeah, we don't know, right?
Is Dallas County still participating with the additional cost?
Good question, Lyle. So we got to somehow, maybe between Leslie and maybe Lyle, maybe Charles, I don't know. We got to start writing this down somehow in some sort of council memo.
Okay.
The things we talked about, cost, if there are additional cost, then got to get with the Ms. Hopkins to figure out the funding. This has moved to the right, and it's been, when you said this was put on hold, that's
Right.
not a council direction for sure,
Right.
to put this on hold. Again, I'm not putting you on the spot.
I understand.
Charles, we got to get some clarity to this one. Right now, it's still unclear for me.
Well, as I
Next
say,
step, the schedule, the budget, right? What needs to be done, and who is going to do what, and schedule type of thing, right?
It seems like we've already issued some bonds on this, so we're paying interest on things we hadn't even started on, which is, as a taxpayer, that's frustrating, that
It is.
it's not your fault, Lyle, but it's
Right.
frustrating for me to know that we've somehow delayed this whole process so long that we're paying interest on things that we don't even know for sure what the cost is.
Right.
And so how do we get from, just a simple question, how do we get from here to knowing our cost? Can somebody give us an estimate saying, we believe now based on inflation, was an inflationary rate given? And you may not know the answer to that, but was an inflationary rate given on the potential construction cost, or was it just, hey, here it is, a point in time?
at that time, it was just, as you say, a hey, here it is thing. Again, I've already requested that Nathan D. Meyer provide us an updated opinion of cost. I expect to receive that here in the next day or two, and I will, again, share that with you as soon as I have it.
And to follow up that, and this is just because I don't know, so for the land acquisition, does that come out of these bond proceeds? For anything we're paying to these so we were to go ahead and execute these, we've got the money for that based on these proceeds, right?
The opinion does include the land acquisition cost, yes, sir.
Okay.
And we haven't drawn on
But
the
add a bigger
certificates of
amount than
obligation
we
yet.
budgeted.
They're there, available.
So we haven't drawn on, we have not drawn the money,
To my knowledge, no.
is that right?
Well, they're issued and you're paying that debt back. That was the discussion we
4.1
had
million.
last budget cycle
4.1.
when we decided to let the road impact fee pick up those first two interest-only, basically, debt payments. So in the 18-19 budget is when the general fund or the INS rate is going to pick up those 2017 certificate of obligation debt service.
The bottom line is we kick this out, kick the can down the road for months and months and months. Now we got to get going. That's the bottom line.
Time to pick up the can.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing, yes, sir, we're picking it
My
up.
opinion is that we've got to look at what this is gonna cost us
Yeah.
now, because we are paying more for land than we budgeted originally.
Correct.
We're a year down the pike, inflation has hit us.
Yeah.
And we don't know what other costs there are.
Correct.
To see if we gotta go back and relook at this project.
Well, to that point, Jim, let me ask the question. I mean, we are way down the road on land acquisition, so is it the opinion that we need to, based on what you said, to reevaluate the whole project, or do we need to reevaluate the cost of the project? Is that the same?
I don't think it's the same. I think we have to reevaluate the project once we finally know what the cost is. If this 8.3 million is suddenly 10 million,
I think we have to relook at the project.
You know, just my input, man, I've been watching this for 2 years from the town. We are so far down this line that it's time to move on it and evaluate and make adjustments as we go. But I don't know how we stop and reevaluate the whole process. That's frustrating to me as a member that's watching this, and it's frustrating as a taxpayer to say, hey, what are we doing with this? So I don't know where we are. It sounds like we're definitely going to have to take a look at the cost. I don't know how in the world we justify stopping and saying, hey, stop this whole project and let's wait for another 2 or 3 years to start all over again. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something on that, but holy smokes, we've been messing with this for a long time. So the land won't get cheaper.
No,
If we don't purchase that, the land won't get cheaper.
correct.
Mayor and council, let me make a recommendation that once Lyle gets the costs back from Friesen Nichols, once we have an updated OPCC from Nathan D. Meyer, and once we have finalized agreements with those last 2 property owners, we will bring back where we stand. Because at that time, we will have a good idea of where we stand with right-of-way acquisition, which, given my knowledge of this project, will be the major delta change from what was originally budgeted for this project at this point. So let us do that once we have those 2 right-of-way acquisitions finalized, and we can give you some numbers. But until we complete that task, we haven't done enough to bring it back to you to look at.
So can you give us a timeline of what does that look like when you can have something back to us?
Depends on Lyle's conversations.
I mean,
with
that's
those
just it.
2
I don't want
property
to.
owners. I would hope in 2 weeks at the
Okay,
next meeting.
so you're saying within the next month, we could have some kind of data on what this looks like?
Right, the information that Leslie just said, we will have that information by that point.
So does that mean we're not going to start working on land acquisition tomorrow? Because that was a previous conversation we had, that you were going to start taking care of
If-
that tomorrow, or did we
if
just
the-
delay
if-
stuff again? I don't know.
If y'all direct me, I can start the ones that have already agreed. I can start that acquisition tomorrow. I've got everything in hand that I needed to do that.
So Lyle, agree, right? Do we need to direct you? I mean, that's staff's job is to get the job done, right? So I don't know
That
if
is
I need to
correct.
direct you, we'll direct you, but,
Right.
I mean, from your perspective, right? So I think 2 things, right? One is things we can get it done right away, get it right away.
Right, we can
Then
start that
understand
immediately.
the big project schedule and the cost, that includes right-of-way acquisition,
Right.
plus the probable cost. Then we will know the delta between what we have and what we need to make. And we also need a recommendation from staff on how to make up the difference, right? Am I right, Mr. Daniel?
As always, you're correct, Mayor.
I don't know whether to cry or laugh, but I'll take that. Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
So I have another question about the right-of-way. Is there any chance we're going to get into an eminent domain scenario with any of these remaining 2 parcels, or are we close enough to say, hey, this should be crossing the T's
My
and dotting the I's?
conversations with both of these 2 my conversation with both of these 2 remaining property owners is they were very positive. They wanted to work with us. The Hennards are investigating the possibility of commercial development of those parcels at some point in the future. So they definitely want to see the road get improved. So I have not gotten the impression from either of them that they are in any way opposed to doing it. It's just trying to get their last few little questions answered so that we can move it forward. So I do not see eminent domain happening on this.
Lyle, thanks for all your time. You've been drinking from a fire hose probably for 2 weeks, so from my perspective, thank you.
It's no problem at all, sir. Thank you very much.
So Leslie, this will be back on the agenda? Is that okay? And if there is information you need to send to us, that if we read ahead of time, please do that too.
All right.
Additional questions for Mr. Jenkins?
So do we need to give them direction to proceed with the purchase?
I think that's staff's job in my mind. They should make the decision. I don't know if it's a direction or not. Staff should do what is always right.
All right, sir, we'll do it.
You can read between the lines.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Moving on to the fun part of the agenda. That is to discuss the 2018-2019 budget. Ms. Hopkins?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is what I'm terming the second pass on this budget. And so I'm referring to page 147 of your packet. Basically, we went from a balanced budget, meaning revenues equaled expenditures, and after our budget retreat, there were several supplementals that we presented to the council, so I've incorporated those here. And if you go to page 158, that will give you a line-by-line item breakdown of that $142,000. And really, unless you have any questions or discussion items,
So certified values are due in July 25th?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. And so we'll have a better picture of what this looks like Wednesday instead of, I'm sure you're pretty good at guessing, but,
Yes, I mean, the biggest thing to me right now is not so much the valuations, because like you say, based on past performance, I can kind of tell you where those are going to come in. To me, because of the debt structure changing, with us having paid off Town Hall, it's going to be that effective tax rate and that rollback rate that's going to be, I think, the bigger wild card here. And they're scheduled to come out on August 3rd. I've asked Dallas County if they could please get it to us sooner so that we could maybe have a tax rate discussion on July 30th. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do that or not. So we'll keep you posted on that. But I would like to have that discussion as soon as possible. And as it dovetails into the Collins Road, once we get into that tax rate discussion and future borrowing needs and things like that, we'll probably ask our financial advisor, which is First Southwest. They can run scenarios for you and come out and talk to you and kind of guide you along setting that tax rate based on what they think your growth is going to be and things like that. They can give you more information.
I hear you saying that setting up a meeting on July 30th, next Monday?
If Dallas County can get us our tax rate calculations, we'd like to have that meeting and start talking about that tax rate.
Okay.
Because by then, we'll have those two numbers that we need, which is the certified values and the tax rate collection calculations. I want to give y'all as much time.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm really trying to give y'all as much time as I can to review the tax rate.
Okay. When do we need to post the meeting? Friday. Okay. So you expect to get by 25th, so 27th, we are good with it?
Well, the 25th,
Yes.
right, and the,
What's that?
yeah.
We've asked for them to provide the tax rate information early.
25th, yes. By 25th, right? Or even earlier?
No, it won't be before the 20th. They can't do it before the certified rolls.
Okay.
Right. What happens is Dallas County waits for the Dallas County Appraisal District to provide the certified rolls,
Okay.
and then they being Dallas County Tax Office, takes that information, which has ceilings in it, protests in it, agricultural that came off or went on, new construction, just all those different variables that DCAT provides. Then Dallas County takes that and makes a calculation with it.
Gotcha. So it's
So
going
they
to be
work-
somewhere between 25th and
Yeah,
after 25th.
it's a hope, but if we do not make July 30th, we will certainly make that next Monday meeting for a tax rate discussion.
That's August 6th, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Wade, you going to be around? 30th and? Okay. Because I won't be on trial. That's just want to give it a check. When are you out? 30th, week of 30th and week of 6th. No? Job. It's called job. Okay. Council, additional discussions on this topic.
I have one question with regards to the water fund. I think I know the answer. I just want to be sure I'm looking at the data right. I'm not sure how to ask the question, so hope it just comes out the right way. We are collecting what it looks like here, $932,000 less for water than what we're actually charging.
Well, 500,000 of that is depreciation.
I'm sorry?
500,000 of that is depreciation. And that's an accounting entry, it's not cash. So you have to back that out. So you're at the 432,000 deficit. You have to book, Councilman Wade could probably explain this better than I do because it's an accounting treatment.
I'm confident of that.
Depreciation is a non-cash item. So what it looks like, revenues over expenditures are 932,000 in the red, negative. 500,000 of that is a non-cash. So cash-wise, we're only 432,000 in the red. Depreciation is the wear and tear on the vehicles, property and equipment, and so forth like that. So that's a non-cash. So cash-wise, we're not $1 million in the hole.
But I guess maybe the point is still a lot, right? That's what-
432,000.
That's the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, but I appreciate Jim, clarifying that, because I was certainly looking at, $1 million, I'm thinking we're $1 million in the red, what we're collecting for water, we're using it, but we're not charging for it. So it's not really $1 million or 932,000, it's really 432,000 that we're not collecting enough money for to cover the cost, or that the town is absorbing, and the rest of it.
Perhaps the better way to look at that, Larry, would be go up and look at your water revenue and your sewer revenue, which totals about 3.9 million, and realize that we're paying down in contractual and professional services about 3.4 million. It's not exact.
Right,
They are booking or planning, proposing a profit, but it takes other dollars to operate the water and sewer departments. So, I mean, 250,000 of it's dead, not to mention personnel. That's how we get to the negative.
And again, I have been extremely conservative with the revenues in the water fund. You can probably see I did not raise those from the prior year. The water fund, again, we're waiting on third parties. We're waiting on North Texas. We're waiting on the cities of Garland and Mesquite. I don't have a growth factor in this calculation yet. And what I mean by that is all these houses that are coming online. I think Johnny indicated to me that most of them are going on the Garland sewer. So we're going to have revenue that's coming off of that I haven't put a growth factor in here yet. I haven't raised the revenues, but I raised the expenses just to be conservative and not and start there. But I need to put a growth factor in there. I need to get all those re-rates to find out where we are on the revenue side. Again, our rate study, if we can get that completed, would be very helpful to see if we need to adjust our sewer and water rates. So the water fund, because it doesn't have a tax implication, I try to get the general fund first, get the tax rate discussions complete, and then really start going into that water fund and start looking at, getting it to even. And it really does a lot better. It has been doing a lot better since we've had the rate studies and we know what we need to collect in order to cover our costs. So we did that in 13. So we had a tiered rate schedule based on that study, and it has really helped the water fund break even, if nothing else, break even.
So we're breaking even, you think?
I'm hoping once we get all of our re-rates that we will be at $500,000, which is that depreciation. That's my hope.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Jim, for helping me too, as well.
And just to the point, we've commissioned the rate study already, right? I mean, it's ongoing, I think, so everybody needs to know, right? We're on track to commission and get the rate study going, that we budgeted last year.
We're
on track.
We've done everything on our side, so
Okay, we're waiting on somebody else.
we're waiting for confirmation, yes, sir.
Mr. Wade, do you have something to say?
No, I'm fine, sorry.
Quick question. Historically, How have we been? I know obviously we just had the rate study in 2013, so maybe our rates have changed, but have we been in the black and the red historically for the last few years?
With the water fund, we have had, in some years, we've had some, what I would consider small deficits. One of the things that also throws the water fund out a little bit is when a developer contributes infrastructure, whether that's water lines, sewer lines, that is considered income to the water fund. And I think if you look at probably your monthly report, you'll see where last year it shows that the water fund made $2 million. Well, a big chunk of that was a water system that was dedicated to us by a developer. So I would need to back that out. But again, I think the water fund is doing very well as compared to prior years. It's paying its payroll, it's paying its expenses. It has working capital, about $1.3 million in working capital, which is, I think, pretty good for a utility. I think that gives it room to, or a comfort zone for any unforeseens things. So I would have to go back, and I will do that for you in the next budget presentation. I'll have a last year compared, actual, audited actual, where I take out those developer contributions.
Right, okay. Now also, have we ever looked at how much growth is needed, whether it's commercial or residential, till we are for sure in the black and, we're growing every year? I guess, have we looked at, a point of growth where we will be in the black
I
and
think,
not have to worry
again,
about being in the red?
that the rate study, it's a very complicated business of how much rain, how much rain is going to fall and how much water are you going to sell, and there's a lot of variables in there that you have no control over. So you get those rate studies and they have these wonderful models that they can put different scenarios in there and try to give you a rate structure that will keep you at least breaking even, because I think the councils of the past want to not make a profit off of the utility system, but at the same time, you have to have, as Councilmember Wade said, you've got other things that you've got to pay for outside of just buying water and buying sewer and buying trash. So you have to have a little bit of, a margin in there for those administrative costs, your borrowing costs, and hopefully what you want is some support to future infrastructure. You're not going to get $2 million a year because you don't want to shock your residents, but you'll have some debt service capability in there, if you need to build some infrastructure. So outside of just trying to break even on your water, sewer, and trash, you've got to have a little bit in there for those other things that you need to do within the system.
That actually brings up a good point. With the drainage, have we been replacing systematically? I think it's drainage, we're supposed to be replacing pipe every year. We're supposed to be doing a certain amount of updating or replacing infrastructure. That may be for Johnny.
I'm going to have to defer to Johnny on that one. He does have, obviously, maintenance accounts for
Johnny,
water
come-
lines and
Johnny, come on
sewer.
forward, yes.
Have we been replacing drainage pipe every year?
Replacing drainage pipe?
Or have we been updating infrastructure?
Qualify that as if you're talking about wastewater or sewer.
Both, is, I guess.
Well,
I was
be
thinking
honest
more
with
sewer,
you,
but
y'all won't, I don't like, I'm just gonna probably make everybody mad, but I'll just say what, talk like I talk.
We'll get over
So we got 100 miles, 98 miles of water line. Our rates that we charge doesn't allow us to replace anything. We got 48 miles of sewer line. Our rates don't allow us to. We've got 30-something miles of storm sewer. We don't have a storm sewer fee, so the water pays for the storm sewer, which the water doesn't pay for itself, in my opinion. So that's what I have to say.
I think what Kevin is asking is, we've got a drainage study underway.
Yeah.
Supposed to be complete maybe next month, I think.
August.
August, yes. So that's gonna come back to us with some kind of projection of, 200,000, 300,000, 2 million of needed drainage, stormwater infrastructure. And that's gonna be something we're gonna have to find money for in the budget, because it's damaging our property owners.
And
That's just
I
not
was
maintenance,
gonna say-
that could be new work, right?
But also, that's drainage, that's different than the sewer, so that's
Well,
gonna be another, the sewer would be
sewer.
another
You know.
issue with.
The sewer lines are there, sewer lines are functioning, we replace something every once in a while, but developers put in new sewer lines,
So-
in most cases.
So
We have a sewer line.
90% of our sewer lines are good.
Good.
90% of them. Sewer. So our wastewater sewer lines, 90% of those are good.
But if you got 10% of your sewer lines that are bad, you're backing up somebody.
Well, when you have 10% that's bad, not only are you backing somebody up, but you're paying for rain to go, every time it rains, you're paying for that rainwater to be treated at a treatment plant. And it costs a lot of money to treat rainwater even once it mixes with sewer.
And that's one reason why I think staff continues kind of bring to your attention that CIP, which is those are your long-term infrastructure needs, either identified internally or through the studies that we have commissioned. We have that master project list that we put together. I believe I've made it available to you. And it's got millions and millions of dollars worth of things that have been identified through studies. And so the charter requires that you have a 5-year CIP plan. So, and again, bringing that into your financial advisor and looking at your future borrowing needs and whether or not your utility fund is going to pay for that, or if you're going to ask the general fund to kick in something. So I think that's where staff keep saying, we have this master project list, is there anything on it we should be, focusing on? Now we're going to have a drainage study coming on board, which is going to add some more things to that CIP. And so, there's lots of infrastructure out there. We can manage it, we just have to know what the priority is and where we should start. So I have every faith that we can manage it.
And Mayor and Council, I think that points out an even bigger problem that I'm sure the residents are probably not aware of, that the town has seemed to have, over the last few years, focused on either cosmetic or secondary things that people don't normally think about, and ignored the infrastructure that is important to all of us. And I hate to say this, but I think we're in a position that if something isn't done in a reasonable amount of time, we could really be in bad shape. The drainage study, I think it's going to come back and say that it's going to take a lot more money than what we think is to fix this problem, because it's just not good.
Mr. Daniels, your comment include additional infrastructure, not just the drainage and stormwater, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything.
So what do you recommend, Council Bill?
Well, I'd personally like to take a look at, what the study comes back as saying, but I commend our staff and Johnny in particular for trying to stay on top of this, but it all comes down to what the council and the town is willing to pay, because we're going to have to pay to get to the point where we need to be. And so, once we get the study, maybe we can look at some additional ways to raise some revenue to take care of some of these immediate needs. Because all it takes is one catastrophic episode, and basically we're screwed.
There's no point in punting it forward. You gotta take on.
Absolutely not.
Mayor, and I want to reinforce that. One thing that I've been waiting for and just gnawing at my nails about is this drainage study. We pretty much know, although I don't know that we've actually done a study on the sewer line scenarios, but we've got the information with the new meters that have been put in that tells us where we have water and stormwater ingress into the sewer lines, on top of the few houses that have been backed up into whenever we've had heavy rains. So we know and those are in the older parts of town where new lines haven't gone in in the time period that I've lived here. So getting the stormwater study is the last domino in the mix, to me, for us to be able to really start going, okay, because we can probably come up with a pretty good idea. Johnny, with your expertise, can come up with a pretty good idea, or maybe we go out and just get bids for what 100 feet of sewer line is going to cost. Although it's going to probably be more than 100 feet, but at least we have an idea. Because I know in particular the one that I'm most aware of and fairly certain based on the numbers that we've been given before about the metering stations is the Trip Road trunk line, which I would think starts, it may go further up, but it starts at Mr. Wade's house and goes east on Trip. And at some point it comes back around here behind Town Hall, I would assume.
Yeah, you've got the, Manor, Mesa, Molina,
All the M
Johnson.
streets, all that. That is all 40-year-old sewer line that's not been replaced. And probably clay tile, not plastic. So it's either got collapse, it's been ingrown into, it's what's causing a lot of the backups, along with what goes along Trip Road. We know what all the bar ditch trees look like. So to reinforce what town manager said, all that stuff goes together. I think we're going to see this at a head come August. And we're going to have to deal with it from a budget perspective. And I also agree that it's a short-term look more than it's a long-term look.
Yeah. Good discussion. Yeah, Mr. Wade?
Mayor, one final probable comment is we probably need to really take a look and have a serious discussion about how much reserves we need. I mean, we've talked about this. Some councils in the past have talked about this. And I notice this proposed budget has 170 days. That's probably at least 50 days more than we think we need, much more than is a norm for cities of our size. But we may need to spend some of that nearly $4 million to get some of this accomplished. I mean, it's okay to have reserves on hand, but, you know, the water fund, the enterprise fund cannot sustain the drainage issues. We may have to take some of that out of our general fund and spend some of that money. We may have to look at some of these impact fees and see how many of them we can use to do something. So maybe the discussion, while Liz does an excellent job of giving us these numbers, our discussion should be, what can we do to add to that? In other words, cut her 170 days down, which is just simple mathematics, down to 130 days, whatever that number happens to be, and put that to some serious infrastructure projects.
So would that would come with the council deciding on some sort of priorities, right?
Right.
And finding the source for that.
And-
What comes to that next year.
And now, not another 6-month study,
Yeah.
not another strategic session for 6 months. As soon as we get the CIP, we need to say, this is what we're going to do right now. I guess that's my thought.
That is definitely a source of income.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Yes, you may.
Just because I know you said the water fund, but then you said the drainage, but the stormwater should not be supported by the water fund. No, I mean, water should support water, but not stormwater.
I really meant to say the enterprise fund that includes water, sewer, trash, all that. That's our enterprise fund, and that's where stormwater should be taken out of normally. But we may need to take it out of the general fund and supplement with some impact funds.
Jim, I'm sorry. Just a quick question, from 170, what have we been in the past? Have we been at 120, and you also referenced other towns? Do we,
I think the norm recommendation was like 90 days, and we somewhere decided it'd be appropriate to be 120, but I'm not sure we've ever gotten under 150 or so. We've been so conservative, and we have been so conservative that we've kept it up there to, according to Liz's numbers, which we know are correct, this current budget has been amended with all of our changes, and it's still 166 days.
yeah.
And
So
so,
if we were to do like you suggest, I know it's another discussion, but if we went to 90, then it really, for those of you that have been here for a long time, you don't see that as a huge impact. And if we needed to do that to address the drainage study when it comes back.
Just to throw it out, what Member Wade's talking about,
Source of income, right? And that's something which hopefully this will come back.
the 2 or 3 prior councils to you guys getting on, the newer ones, we had all agreed 120 days. And we were kind of basing it off of, Ryan, what the school does. Yeah, and it's great that we're coming up with 170. Every time we say, knock it down, knock it down, knock it down, and 3 months later, we're still up there. So it's the conservative thinking that's keeping us there, and it's keeping us out of trouble. And it's also allowed us to have roughly $4 million available to us that maybe we can get some of these infrastructure things. You know, something I tell people all the time is when you go to buy a house, all you typically worry about is the color of the carpet and the color of the walls and stuff like that. When the second most highest expense to your house is the heating and air conditioning system. That's where you're outside of your mortgage. You know, the same thing happens in towns. It's under the ground, so we don't know that it's got a problem. And that's why we have good people like Johnny here that know how to go out and fix it. But he's basically replacing, 1,000 feet of sewer line a foot at a time. And that's just not smart.
Additional discussions on the budget? Okay, moving on to item number 8. Council, there are 2 dates we need to set. That's for, to discuss and consider setting a public hearing on the proposed budget. That's for August 20th. And the next one is for the tax rate. So let's discuss setting a public hearing on the proposed budget for Monday, August 20, 2018, and Monday, August 27, 2018. Is that good for everyone? Can I have a motion to?
can I?
Yes, sir.
Question. Don't we normally get to like the middle of September to set that tax rate, or is this some new rules? Or just, we hope we can do it this quick?
Basically, I believe these dates were chosen to try to get between that statutory 15 days after the filing with the municipal clerk and prior to the date that the council will pass the tax levy ordinance. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're just 1 day off from where we were last year on these public hearings. So it's not out of the ordinary.
So
I
this
would
is the
add-
public hearing, it's not to set the rate,
Correct.
it's just a public hearing.
Correct,
In
because it
anticipation.
requires 2 readings to set the tax rate, so you have to hold those hearings a little bit earlier so that you can do the first reading
Okay,
at
so
the
it's
date
still
of the second
September to
hearing
set.
and then do the second reading.
Right, that would be the day that you would have the second reading for the budget, for the appropriations for the 18-19, and you would set the tax rate or adopt the tax rate on September 10th. And that is to meet the mandatory from Dallas County, which I think is either the 13th or the 17th. So we're going to do it on the 10th. So we can get it done. You have to publish. There's a lot of different triggers that we have to meet.
So Rachel, would that be a motion to set a public hearing on the 2 proposed dates? Okay, council, can I have a motion to approve setting a public hearing on the proposed budget for Monday, August 20th and Monday, August 27, 2018?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion made by Mr. McNeil to set the public hearing on the proposed budget for Monday, August 20th, 2018, and Monday, August 27, 2018, and second by Mr. Clark. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Council, item number 9 is basically same, but it's a proposed tax rate. That is to discuss and consider setting public hearings on the proposed tax rate for Monday, August 20th, 2018, and Monday, August 27, 2018. Any discussions on this one? If not, can I have a motion to approve setting a public hearing on the proposed tax rate for Monday, August 20th, 2018, and Monday, August 27, 2018?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. McNeil, second by Mr. Allen, to set the public hearing on the proposed tax rate for Monday, August 20th, 2018, and Monday, August 27, 2018. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Council, we are coming to the item number 10, that is to discuss and consider the purchase of 2 additional vehicles for development services and the Parks Department. Ms. Hopkins?
Council, I bring this before you because this kind of goes outside the spirit of what the vehicle replacement plan was designed to do. It is really to replace vehicles as they come to certain triggers, such as being 10 years old, having 100,000 miles on them, or having very high maintenance costs. Not one of those 3 necessarily means that that vehicle is going to be replaced. If it is over 100,000 miles, it's over 10 years old, and it doesn't have a lot of repair costs, we're probably going to push that vehicle ahead. We've had some vehicles, well, number one, our fire truck, which we had budgeted to have right now, we're in the process of getting that spec'd out and everything, so that saved us about a year of payments on that second fire truck. And we've also been very fortunate that some of the vehicles that we had for replacement, they're actually still in service. We didn't need to replace them in the years we thought we did, so we always go back and look at that. So what we thought, with the addition of personnel, especially in development services and the Parks Department, we have more employees than we have vehicles, which is not always a bad thing. But in this case, our town engineer has to use his personal vehicle, which is not designed to jump curves and get out into projects. And then our Parks Department, they're having to double up and triple up because we've added staff there as well. So we're just trying to make a more equitable employee to vehicle ratio there to provide service. So, and the vehicle replacement plan can do that, can buy those vehicles for us without putting it in danger or underfunding it or anything like that. So we're asking that we be able to purchase those 2 trucks with excess reserves in our vehicle replacement plan.
Yeah, that's within the plan, did not compromise the overall plan, right? No increase in the annual contribution. Councilor, discussions on this one?
I just have one question, sorry.
Go
Why
ahead,
did, why did we get a bid from Silsby, Texas? Is that on a is that on a process that we have to go through?
Robert Blackburn got these bids for me, so I can't directly answer your question, but we have to get 3 bids, and some of these vendors are on what we call buy board, which is a cooperative.
And these were on buy board?
I will have to verify that, but I believe so. We have, we've bought vehicles from out of territory. That's the way I would put it, is out of territory, and gotten very good deals on them, actually, so.
Additional discussions on this topic? If not, can I have a motion on item number 10?
Motion to approve purchase of vehicles as requested.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Finch to approve the purchase of 2 additional vehicles for development services and the Parks Department. Did we say 2 or 3? 2. Okay. Motion made by Finch, right? Second by Allen? Yes. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed. Motion passed 7-0. Council is getting late. It's item number 11, that's the mayor and council request for future staff updates and agenda items.
Y'all done a great job, thank you. From all the
Staff, any
questions.
addition item? Okay. If not, great job, time is 10:26. I'm going to adjourn the regular town council meeting of Town of Sunnyvale for July 23rd. Thank you, good night.
Is anyone left here? Oh, it's Leslie and Liz.
That's what.